One of the first things I want to talk about today is actually related to the highlight reel, and I want to put this in the highlight reel because some people, I actually had a couple people mention that they thought it was weird that this game was scoring better than all the previous games so far in story. You'll notice even as of right now, as of this very second in time, this game is currently scoring better than the previous ones in the story axis. Now, the reason for that is, of course, because it has a better story, but hang on. Let's look into that slightly. Something that a few people have brought up in the past is the idea that a longer game is unfairly going to score better, which is funny because I've also heard the accusation that a shorter game is going to score better. And neither of these statements are true, of course, but in this case, let's ignore density and points and all that because the real relevance here is opportunity. The more you put into your game, the more opportunities you've created for those things to be good or bad. Um, I mentally think of it as like you've got this. We could probably make a game out of this, like really simple phone kind of game, because you've got this bar, right? It's like, okay, do you want to have voice acting? Okay, do you want to have um, proper animation? Okay, do you want to have any kind of branching paths? Okay, do you want to have levels? Do you want to have inventory? Do you want to have experience? And each one of these things forms a point on this line. And every single one of these is just an opportunity point. They could be good or that could be bad. And that's the kicker right there. The more opportunities you create, the more possibilities you have to screw it up. It's one of the reasons why a game like Wolfenstein Youngblood, which has an enormous number of points in it, is one of the worst games I've ever reviewed because virtually all those points were negatives. All of those went down, right? But with a game like Quest for Glory 4, they decided to add several things and branch out in a couple of ways, and those things have resulted in positives because they did them right. Voice acting is one of the more common examples. I've actually heard several people talk before about this, about how modern Final Fantasy games should, by default, rate better than older ones because they have voice acting. Obviously, I don't agree with that, but you get the overall point, right? So, just interesting to think about from my perspective, because honestly, if you've been paying attention, 2 and 3 and 4 have all been trying things. So this isn't exactly unique to 4. It just feels like 4 is the first time they're really succeeding more than they are not. Because, well, you saw the combat in 3, and the bugs in 2, the overworld in 3, and so forth and so on. You get the overall idea here. There's just. Why is that, Jonko? If you don't mind my asking. All right, let's make sure the audio is where it should be. Hang on. Yeah, exactly, Alex. Chances are chances. Like, yeah, so I don't so I'm not gonna say this as nicely as I can. Some of my friends and family have noticed my mood has not been great lately, and they know me well enough to then ask, "Have you been reviewing a lot of games you haven't liked lately?" And I'm like, "Maybe." I'm not trying to be mean. It's just that is something that's a proven standard at this point. Is if I uh, go through a block of games that are just it does tend to overall lower my mood. Don't worry. After this, we'll probably finish this game today. We're playing a game I've never even heard of, which is a thank you game for random, and then we're playing Devil May Cry 1 through 5. So that should be interesting. Exactly, Blatchville. No, that's exactly right. When you have fewer points, you have to put a lot more effort into the points you have, ironically. It's one of the reasons why I tend to be so positive about games like, to use a direct example, Chrono Trigger. Because Chrono Trigger is actually a very simple game, very few points, relatively speaking, but almost all of those points are positives, right? Uh, you know, Funny fact, of the 5 DMC games, the one I am most dreading is 1. I'm I'm a bit worried about 1 because 1 is I don't think 1's going to score as well as some people think it is, and it's rough. It's a first game. It's We'll talk about it when we get there. It was a Resident Evil game repurposed into into that. And it shows in several ways. Everyone knows DMC2 is going to suck. I am actually looking forward to shredding DMC2. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Takoida knows. Takoida knows what I'm talking about. But then we'll get to 3. And 3 will be mean. It'll be difficult. But it'll be a good game, and so will 4. And then 5 will blow everything out of the water because it's 5. Anyways, I'm getting a little bit off topic. Oh, speaking of which, no, we are not playing DMC for 2 reasons. I should turn this into a drinking game because it's come up 3 times this week already. So there's 3 reasons I'm not playing, or excuse me, 2 reasons I'm not playing DMC. Reason number 1 is because screw that game, and reason number 2 is because no one has donated for it. I can elaborate there, but that's really the part that matters. Yeah, it's also literally not stream safe, which is funny when you think about it. And thank you, Fife. Always appreciate. I will jot that down for the StarCraft block. Thank you. Yeah, I know several people who like DMC. I am not one of those people. I think that if we did review DMC, it would probably review pretty decently on the gameplay axis, and it might have the worst story score we have ever seen. So, I think we're just going to skip that. I'm cool with skipping that. Okay. Do we have sound? Do we have anything? Well, we're going north, because we got to fight the gypsies. I mean, by fight, I mean greet, because we saved them. We're good people. I don't feel like we have sound. Hang on. There we go.
Greetings and welcome to our camp. You are a stranger no longer. When you saved me from death, our lives became intertwined. Henceforth, you are to be known as a gypsy friend.
I hate your face.
Come now. I will take you to the leader of our camp.
So, so here's the thing, a pack of 12 ninjas. If you subscribe and nothing goes through, the money transaction does still happen, but I have no notification or receipt of that transaction, which I have complained mightily of to Twitch many times. The only way that I know... Sorry, let me walk this back. There are 2 ways that I know that you've actually subbed. One is if I go... manually request a current up-to-date raw data dump of my current subscribers, and then peruse that manually. For obvious reasons, screw that. Or, if the notification goes live. Which doesn't just put something into chat, by the way. It actually puts something into my data log. So the only... And Twitch does this on purpose, which is why they haven't changed this. They want people to do that share thing, because it's a form of pressure marketing. Where, hey, look at all these other people who are subscribing. You should subscribe too. So they want people to put out the notifications. Frankly, I think they should just be mandatory at that point. Just make it so that whenever you sub, the thing goes through and they don't have to manually click a stupid button that may or may not show up depending on what browser they're using and what the current maneuvering of the moons is or whatever. Now, let's go kill the Habsburgs, shall we? I mean, if you don't care a pack of 12 ninjas, it's fine. Because...
So, you are the one my son spoke of. You saved his life.
It only really matters for putting it...
You also entered fearlessly into our den of wolves. You are a man of great courage.
Towards something.
We gypsies owe you for our Davy, and I believe we will owe you for things to come.
There's the garlic.
Welcome. I am the fortune teller. I will teach you a spell. It will protect you against the dead that rise again. I think you will find this most useful in your questings.
Gypsy fortune teller touches your head briefly. Magic flows through you. Now you know the aura spell.
Cool.
Now, let us learn more of you. Why have you come here, and what do you seek?
Strange sound effect. Tell me about werewolves.
We gypsies are not werewolves. We are shapeshifters. We take on the form of wolves for hunting.
Not the only time I've heard that at Pack of 12 Ninjas. So if it doesn't matter to you, it doesn't matter to me, if that makes any sense. I appreciate the support either way. Really, I do. Especially in the wake of axing the ruminations. It's been weirdly positive how many people are still supporting me after axing the ruminations, by which I mean almost everyone. I was expecting to take a financial hit when I axed the ruminations. I haven't.
You can call me Davy. Names are very important. Davy is my name to outsiders. I also have a gypsy name and a true name. True names are not given lightly.
Tell me your true name that I may control your very soul.
Gypsies never ask others for their names. Never say your true name. Never speak the true name of another. To say another's true name aloud gives you power over him, if you are indeed more powerful. Otherwise, it gives him power over you.
What's actually funny is in Forgotten Realms, the whole true name thing is more of a fundamental thing, not a demonic thing. Like, there's a whole thing about that. Everybody, every living thing that's born into that setting has a true name, which... that's a lot.
We are roving traders. Our home is our wagon and campfire. We would have left this valley long ago if the flooding had not washed away the road and filled the mountain pass with swamp.
That's right, it came up in the Hordes of the Underdark expansion for Neverwinter Nights 1.
The road from the town used to lead to the pass to the southwest. That was the only way in and out of this valley. The swamp is an ill place, and we gypsies stay far from it.
You know, I wonder if Cam Clark had done any voice acting before this. I feel like he had, but I'm not sure. Could someone look that up? What is Cam Clark's first voice acting gig?
I was borrowing some corn from the cornstalks outside the town when the burgomeister and some townsmen came from the gate. I moved behind the cornstalks to stay out of their way. They looked to be heading to the graveyard. Then, one of them pointed at me and shouted, and suddenly, they all grabbed me. I had no chance to run. I had no idea what was going on. I knew gypsies were disliked in the village, but I did not know we were so feared.
I highly recommend watching last week's D&D session, Justin. It was... I know I've said this more than once, but it was very close to being a TPK. Like, uncomfortably close to being a TPK. I was already kind of mathing out in my head the exact specifics of how to true resurrect some of our party members. I'm not going to spoil what actually happened, but obviously we did not TPK. Yeah, TPK stands for Total Party Kill. It's a wipe, in short. It's when the whole party's killed and the campaign has effectively reached a conclusion. Now, there's actually several ways... Yes, Blade Jabal, that frickin' beholder. There are several ways to keep playing, even in the same campaign, in the case of a TPK. But it's a pretty big event amongst players and D&D in general. It's not something you want to encourage, unless that's what you're into. There's a specific subset of players who kind of want to mulch through players. Actually, yes, I do, Alex. I have been making a point of trying to make sure that I have resources, contacts, and supplies. Okay, so resurrection is the aforementioned diamond thing. You need diamonds and specific diamonds to resurrect, and they're not cheap. But we have a lot of good resources which we can use to res people when necessary. It's one of the reasons I've been insistent on over-looting in some cases, like with the purple worm eggs, if you remember. So hang on. Gigapudding says, what server are you on in Guild Wars 2? I didn't know there were servers in Guild Wars 2, so let's find out. Yeah, exactly. Whether or not a TPK is a good or a bad thing kind of depends on the players and the GM, the only reason I hesitate to say that is because that's true with literally everything in D&D. It's always dependent on the players and the GM. Wow, I'm patching. Wow! Cam Clark was in Secret of Monkey Island? Holy crap. And Wing Commander. That's funny. Still, that does predate this by a couple years. That means this is still relatively early on in his career. So, for example, in our case, hi Zalok, one of the things we've already decided... Sorry, give me a sec, I'm patching Guild Wars here. One of the things we decided pretty early on is we made some alternate characters. They're actually already made. I've got a Warlock, one of them has a Rogue, and one of them has a Hunter. Or Ranger, excuse me. I'm not playing WoW. And, you know, if we TPK, the GM knows that. And so he's got that in the back of his mind, so he can slot them in wherever they're needed, and we can continue the campaign from Party 2, essentially. And that's been our backup plan for a while now, because of how many times we have come close to a TPK scenario. Sorry, it's going kind of slow, Gig. I'm only grabbing 7 megs a second, which is taking forever. I mean, I said it earlier. I think the game... Hi, Zalok. You missed this, of course, Look. I think the game is doing much better story-wise than previous. I guess I could be having dialogue going on patching. Sorry. Let's talk to his mother.
There are many legends about that ogress. We gypsies of she is dangerous to enemies, and she takes offense easily. She has her hut to the south. There is some sort of magic hiding the pathway there. Her only weakness is her love of food. Be careful if you need to approach her.
Cool. So you'll probably hear something else in a moment here as Guild Wars 2 fires up. Alright. Where do I see my server, Giga? Do you mind explaining, Alex? Because there's a Pandora's box I'm not sure I want to open. When I press transfer, where the hell's the transfer button? Do I need to be in-game? Let me pop in-game here. Oh, character set. Where's the transfer button? I didn't see a transfer button. Now, let me pop back out. Back to character select. Yeah, last I checked, there's no servers in Guild Wars 2, which is why I'm so confused by Giga's question. Like, can't you just group with everyone in Guild Wars 2? Just like in Guild Wars 1? Or Star Trek Online? Oh, well, she answers that.
I have been gifted by true sight and foreknowledge. These are gifts with knife edges. Oh, I have seen my own death, and knew my true love's death the day I met him. Still, it is most useful. I will read your fortune in the cards, if you wish. You have only to cross my palm with silver. So much for the legends about werewolves, huh? Or at least a coin of value. But I warn you, no future is fixed. What the cards show of the future can happen, but only if you take the actions to create this future. And it is not easy to determine what those actions are, dear. Such is life.
Reminds me of a random YouTube video. One of my Star Trek things went live a while ago where I, with no negativity in my tone whatsoever, referred to myself as a gypsy because of how much I've moved in my life. Now, I've never really had a home. Still, even to this day. I got a lot of interesting comments about that in YouTube. It was the first time I'd ever found out that gypsy is apparently a slur word, because that was the first I'd heard of that. Ah, world selection. I am apparently on Tarnished Coast, specifically. Am I mute? No, I'm not muted. Okay, good. And of course, the Americas, because, duh.
This valley has always been a nexus of power. Magic is very strong here. My people for generations come here to renew and strengthen their ties to the mystical ways. My dear, we are not the only ones drawn by this power. The magician Irana created a magical refuge here. Others, more dark, were drawn here as well. Oh, be wary and watchful at all times here. The magic of this land has become twisted, and there are many dangers around you. Oh, there are many places and things of magic around here, and I am certain you will come across them in your travels.
I'm going to go ahead and say no, Alex, but I want to explain why. If I go back and give a negative for every racial stereotype that's in video gaming, first of all, I'm going to have to give a negative to almost every game I've ever covered, ever. And I'm also going to have to give a negative to almost every game I will ever cover, ever. It's going to be almost an automatic negative, because that's the kind of thing that only has been pushed against in the last maybe 3 years. Like, imagine me covering Punch-Out on the Wii, just to use a random example of that. Which is actually a funny example, because they bothered to get people who actually do speak the native language to voice them. Yeah, never mind stuff like Trek, or movies, or anything like that. That's why I called it Pandora's Box. It's like, I don't know.
Irana was a powerful magician who came from this area. There is a garden in the forest which she created. Oh, it is such a place of safety for all who visit there.
Oh god, yeah, Dragon
It is
Quest.
said that her final resting place is near here as well. Her staff stands in the town and protects those within the walls from outside harm. There are some things about which even I dare not speak. Even thinking about such creatures attracts them. Let us hope that you never need know of such matters.
Okay.
Creatures of the night, shapeshifters, skin changers. We are man or beast by our own will, to run on 4 legs, to howl at the moon, to chase the terrified prey through the hills. This is what it is to be truly alive. Oh! Oh, the legend of the werewolf is but a folk tale. We change our shape when we choose, not because the moon is in some silly phase. We are the beast with the mind of a man, and a man with the mind of a beast. It is not normally our way to speak so freely to outsiders, so why do I say so much to you? Because you need to know we are not your enemies. You have too many questions that cannot be answered, and your ignorance may be your doom. There is much to you. Your actions to come will affect us all. Do not doubt it. Therefore, I will speak honestly and openly on what I can. Now, I can see by your eyes that our future is linked to you. for weal or woe. We are the roving people, the tinkers and traders and tellers of fortunes. We are the dancers in the night and the music in the wilderness. We are the untamed ones who live only by our own rules. We own no land, and no land owns us. The world is ours for the travel.
You may call me Magda. That is the name I go by with you gorgeous.
Hello, different voice actress.
Gorgio is the word we call anyone who is not a gypsy.
I suppose I should explain this out loud. God, I hate talking about this thing on my show. So here's the thing. There's only two ways to approach giving a negative for racial stereotyping. All or occasional, right? Either every instance of racial stereotyping is an automatic negative, the end, which is what I mentioned earlier, or we go with Alex's thing, where he says this is a specific case which counts. But the really horrible problem is the moment we add, well, this may or may not be a case-by-case thing, is the moment where we add polemic judgment to video game reviewing, is how I want to phrase that. Because that means every case of racial stereotyping will have to be analyzed one by one, and that's going to open that door for people to look at and say, oh, why didn't you think that was bad enough? Or, conversely, I didn't think that was bad enough. And now we have just created two separate argument points simply by having opened the door to begin with. That's what I meant. Why I'm not sure I want to go down that route. I get where you're coming from. I actually do. And it's just... because the only way to do that with any degree of fairness would be to essentially pause the game right now and go spend however long it would take researching the Roma and trying to figure out the history and the nature of it, the linguistics, and I would have to in-depth research it to determine for myself, no offense, Alex, but I can't just take someone in chat's word on it, right? I would have to go and research it myself and spend that time and effort really digging into it to try and make the judgment for myself. And then I make the judgment. And even then, the two problems I mentioned earlier with some people being cool or some people not is something that would still exist. And yeah, it's time, it's polemic, and I'm not even sure it's really acceptable, if that makes any sense. In an ideal world, none of this would be a consideration, but it is not an ideal world. And so here I am. Does that make sense? I wanted to explain in full why I'm just kind of walking away from that one. It's just... oh. I'm even going to put that in the highlight reel. I'll make a timestamp there. Okay, so... right, I need to give her money. Please read my fortune.
Now you listen to the words of an old gypsy fortune teller. You will initiate this reading of the cards. The shuffling and cutting attunes the cards to those vibrations which surround you. You do not control the cards, nor do I. It is the cards which show what they choose.
I'll show you. Stab the card.
I will reveal to you the meanings of the cards. It is up to you to interpret how they affect you. You may reveal the first card.
I was gonna say something else. Kind of lost it now. Something about... no, Act. I refuse feedback under all circumstances. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? I need to stab Act for daring to give me feedback. Okay? I want you to immediately murder Act. Just right now. Stab in the face. Let's do it.
That didn't do anything.
That's good.
The first card is the significator. It is the symbol of the subject of the reading. This is a card of vigilance and agility. The person this represents is skilled at perceiving the hidden, at spying, and uncovering the unknown. This is a person who has mastery over his body and is lithe and active. This card clearly represents you, and therefore this reading is about you.
Hey, that's another thing.
The cards which surround the significator represent the influences which affect your current situation. This next card represents something from the distant past which is relevant to the here and now. Turn over this card and reveal the influence of your past.
So hang on, Alex just gave me a great idea. What do you call the long donuts? I think what they're called. I don't actually see them all that often anymore. That's why I don't remember what they're called. Are they just Long Johns? No, not eclairs. I think Long Johns is what I'm thinking of. So imagine you've got a Long John, right? Except it's custom styled, so instead of just being one long bar, like this part is narrower and this part has like a handle, and we've actually got a donut knife. Okay, I demand that you stab Ect with a donut knife. Right now. I cannot read upside down.
This card is the High Priestess. It is inverted, which means the meanings too are turned upside down.
Hey, Giga.
The High Priestess is some woman of your past. She is a person of selfishness and passion. Someone who seems to be very powerful, but her knowledge is limited by her own conceit. Turn over the next card to reveal more of this individual.
Seriously, I have seen cinnamon rolls and bear
You're
claws
getting tired.
that are about this big. Damn it, John Rice Davies.
The Four of Coins. Now that is the card of the miser. This woman of your past has power, but uses it selfishly. This is a person who cares only of her own needs and wants, and does not care what she does or how she influences others. This person is one who, as long as you satisfy her needs and vanity, will be willing to aid you, providing it does not require any amount of effort on her part.
So you...
However, if you act against her, her vengeance will be swift and violent.
No, it's actually probably Baba
This
Yaga.
is not a person to disregard, and she plays an important part in the events around you. Reveal the next card, something of the more recent past, which has consequences in the present.
So it's funny you bring that up, Ect. What you're referring to is a straight-up mistake. Just like, I don't know if you paid attention, but in the last VOD, or last highlight reel, excuse me, I forgot to put the actual scores on screen, like I always do. So, I appreciate your feedback, but it's just, I screwed up. And because how YouTube is, and because of how time it is, I can't just go back and fix it.
That didn't...
This is the inverted King of Coins. This is an old and vicious man, someone who is willing to use any means to attain his desires. Someone who is dangerous and cannot be trusted or underestimated.
That's out of ease.
Reveal the next card that we may learn more of this person.
Do I have to? It's because you're not a sub, okay?
The devil. This is indeed an ill omen. This person is influenced by black magic, a man of power and dark desires. Yet the devil is a sign of bondage and subservience, and this person has faced unexpected failure of some sort. This is someone of great evil, someone who cannot be trusted. This is one who'll bear you ill will, yet is somehow prevented from harming you or gaining his revenge, for now. Should he gain his freedom, this man will seek to destroy all which stands between his goals and himself. Turn over the next card to reveal a surrounding influence.
I mean, no, it's still valid feedback, Act. It's just the feedback is, I like what you were supposed to do, instead of, I dislike what you did on purpose. Which is different.
Ah, the Queen of Cups. Again, there is a female influencing your present. This is a woman of wisdom and love. She is kind, generous, and virtuous.
Jennifer Hale?
Let us see what next the cards reveal of this person. The star. It is a symbol of hope and spiritual influence. Now this is a woman in touch with her magical nature. She is gentle and loving, yet there is great strength within. This is a woman who generates hope and help through her actions. The next card reveals the overriding influence upon the future.
There's an interesting question. When did Tara Strong start voice acting? Because she's been around for a minute, but I don't think she's been around as long as some of the 80s crew.
Ah, the Queen of Swords. She is a woman of wit and skill, yet she has suffered through terrible hardship, and she is marked by her suffering. Oh, she faces her sorrows bravely, but with a deep, deep loneliness. The next card will tell us more about her.
You can make a smoothie with a spoon. You just have to spend a really long time with it, that's all. One moment. I need to look something up. 87? Really? Wow. It's actually older than I thought. I was gonna say, she's not that old.
The moon. It is the card of deception. This woman is a deceiver, or is deceived by her own beliefs. This card also reveals the magical nature of the woman. This is the strength which sustains her.
So clearly that's
Oh,
Jennifer Hale.
she is either surrounded by false friends or seeks to betray you herself. She is the victim or the villainess. The final card will reveal the influence which will most affect you.
Yeah, see, I didn't become aware of Tara Strong, until like the aughts. Which is why I figured she was one of the newer crowd, you know? I say newer crowd. It's showing my age a little bit. Because Cam Clark has been around for a really long time. No, Act. I'm just going to say flat out no to that. Even doing the arrow took like 10 minutes to properly animate and do that one. Doing something with like an outline box would be even more frustrating and irritating. I would rather do nothing at all, which is actually what I'm probably going to do going forwards, than even bother to try and do that, because it just takes too much time. And if you don't like it, well then there's the feedback. No chat indicator. Done. So I don't mean to sound harsh. I appreciate the feedback. It's just they already take a little bit too much time, and I'm still trying to trim down the amount of time those highlight reels take. Thank you, Alex. I do appreciate, and I will put one of those towards Shadows Over Loathing, and one of those towards whatever Kay wants to put it towards, apparently. We'll go ahead and pause here. Well, no, because I don't know if you know this, Act. Editing takes a long time. Like, in order to do... Let me just run through this really quick. In order to do something with the arrow, first, obviously, I have to do the arrow, put it in the right position. Then I have to set a keyframe for both its position and its rotation. And then I have to move forward to the next point at which it's going to be shifting, put another keyframe in, move to the point where it's going to finish transitioning, which takes a surprising amount of time to get the right frame for, put another keyframe in, and do every beginning and end of each animation as a manual keyframe for both position and rotation. Then I have to go back and actually move the arrow correctly. Then I have to find out I screwed up one of the positions, which actually screws up the entire thing because of the way it does it. Wipe the entire board. This actually happened, by the way. And then have to start that whole process from scratch. It's animating via keyframes is very time consuming. Just, oh my god. So I think I will actually take your feedback to heart and just not do that. What the hell is tweening, Alex? And I will put that towards The Last Guardian, which we will never, ever stream.
The void. About this card, I will not speak. I must meditate upon its meaning. This tableau shows the influences surrounding you. These people will affect your life for weal or for woe. It is up to you to determine how and what effect they will have upon you. That is all that the cards and I can reveal at this time.
Okay.
Make what you will of your fortune. I will speak no more of it.
Oh, that might be what caused me issues, Alex. Yeah, that's a good idea, Act. Which is, what that means is what's going to happen is someone's going to say something, I'm going to react to it, and then I'm going to have to repeat myself for the sake of the highlight reel. Listen, there's no cave of an elder god nearby. It's fine, it's fine. Everything's fine. Alright, so, let's... Oh, dude, I don't know, Trihexia. Let's talk to myself. Say goodbye.
You say goodbye.
Ah, you weary of talk. Good. You are a guest.
Good.
Let us join the others for food, drink, and dance, huh?
I hope you will enjoy the hospitality of my people.
You spend the evening in the joyful company of the gypsies. The gypsies seem to have gone all out to make you welcome in their camp. You've eaten a rich, spicy stew with no garlic, with fresh bread and plenty to drink. Now it's time to relax and enjoy.
And dance.
Come, is she not beautiful? Ah, why do you hesitate? Go, join in the dance!
First of all, I'm taken, thank you very much, by about 12 women back in the harem. Also, I'm not into that.
After hours of carousing with the gypsy wolves, you find yourself curling up into a comfortable position near the fire pit and sinking into a deep and dreamless sleep.
Okay, so now I gotta do a couple of things really quick. Wait, really, Geludo? I mean, I know if you're talking about what I think you're talking about, they weren't even called Lemmy and Iggy because they didn't know their names yet when they were making the show. But that's just, ooh, that's impressive. Okay, so I wish to enter the card.
Straighten out your... The gypsies generally use... The gypsies...
Enter cart.
I have seen in a vision that you have a friend in need, a stranger to this land like yourself. You speak with him in this room at the inn. This friendship will send you on a very strange quest. Perhaps at another time we will speak more of this.
You tell her about the frightening dream.
Dreams are messages. Such a message may be obscure or meaningful, depending upon the sender and the dreamer. The meaning of this dream may be clearer when you have had more of them.
You tell about the gnome and his problems.
See you around, Alex.
Interesting. Baba Yaga has returned only recently to this valley. We have had scent of her to the far south, but the path to her hut is blocked by magic. You will need to find a way past that magical barrier.
You tell about some of your adventures.
Ah, you tell strange stories, but I can sense that you speak true. You have lived a most exciting life. I do not think this valley will be the same when you leave.
I mean, that's been true all the time, hasn't it? Like, have we ever left a place the same as we got there?
Many are the kinds of the dead which do not rest. Some are harmless, some most helpful, but most are extremely dangerous. Some, like the Rusalki, are victims of crimes. Others, like the Wraiths, are the spirits of criminals who cannot rest. But most powerful and fearsome of all are the Nosferatu, the vampires.
Yes, Trihexia.
The Rusalki are the spirits of drowned maidens. Some are the victims of accidents, and others were the victims of murderers. They retain their physical bodies and try to drown all who approach them. There is said to be a Rusalka in the lake to the east.
Who we can't tell.
I have heard tales that a Rusalka may be tamed through kindness, but I have never heard of anyone actually trying such a thing. Oh, no.
A wraith is a spirit who cannot rest because of greed. They refuse to leave behind their possessions, and so haunt the sight of those objects.
If you travel by night, you sometimes can see a mound of rocks where no rocks were by daylight. This is the burial mound of a wraith. Avoid it, for the wraith will try to draw their life from you if you get too close.
The Nosferatu, the undead which feed upon the blood of living things. If a man is drained unto death by a vampire, he will rise from his grave as a revenant, hungering for the taste of human flesh. If a vampire shares its own blood with its victim, the victim will rise from the grave as a slave of its vampire creator. It too will be a vampire, but it must obey the commands of its master, and cannot harm its master directly. Sometimes the sharer of vampire blood is not drained entirely by the master vampire. Thus, he can continue to live until struck down by a natural death. Then he will rise from his grave.
Probably the second one, Time Lost, aka the one we hear the least often. Oh, I meant to ask about the castle.
The old rulers of this land, the boyars of the castle, were the Borgov family. They ruled this land for as long as my people remember. The last boyar was a strange man, so it is said. What became of him, I do not know. Only that the son left the valley in shame and horror. When we heard rumors that Borgov Castle was again inhabited, we brought our wagons to Mordavia. We thought perhaps the old boyar's son had returned, and we could trade with him again. We met with the gatekeeper, who said that the Borgov family was dead. Oh, the castle was now owned by a distant cousin who promised to protect this valley as a true boyar. So we did some trading with the gatekeeper, but never saw signs of this Borgov cousin. Soon after this, the rain started to fall, and we were trapped here.
Well, that sucks. But I will be right back.
Ah, the one who danced with you upon your last visit? The one who is lovely, lively, and, more than a handful? She is my mate, and we wolves mate for life.
Dude, you made me dance with her, okay?
Last night we were hunting far to the south. I heard a voice call out a command. Bushes here, disappear! The voice had the fur on the nape of my neck up on end, so I did not investigate further. Hunting in Mordavia is always an interesting experience. Farewell. Perhaps another time I will read your future for a coin, huh?
Last night I had a most strange vision. I saw you standing in the forest. You were not near any water, yet I thought you were fishing. You threw something into the air that looked like a bird, and yet not a bird. The bushes rustled, then started moving towards the strange yellow bird. That was all I saw. It was most strange.
No, it sounds like you had a little bit too much garlic the previous night.
The magician Irana's death is shrouded in mystery. I do not know her true fate, but I only know that her staff protects the town, and her garden protects anyone in need of safety. The staff of Irana has a great deal of magic. It protects the town from the undead. Although, between you and me, the townspeople do not know it. But I had a vision of it one night. I heard it speak in the dream. It told me how it protected the town and of its destiny spell. When the staff spoke no more, I saw a most beautiful crystal floating in the air. The staff touched it, and the crystal shattered. Oh, that was all I saw. In my vision, the staff said that it would guard the town until it cast its destiny spell. That one day, someone would bring a dead loved one before the staff. that person would trade his life force through the staff. The dead would rise, alive and well, though the one who gave his life for the dead would never know. That would be a true sacrifice, done with foreknowledge and with much love. The staff still stands in the town, so I do not think anyone has been willing to make such a sacrifice. The staff of Irana Irana's garden is to the south and a little west of here. It is a very good place to rest and heal. There used to be a small bush whose fruit was sweet and filling and always available, but someone dug it up and took it. Why anyone would do such a thing, I do not know, I do not know. There is a tree whose fruit will restore magic to those who use it, but only a magical spell can get the fruit.
To tell about your meeting with Katrina.
I have no knowledge of such a person. Much is strange about your story. I would not entirely trust this Katrina if I were you.
Really?
You say goodbye.
Keep your ears and eyes open, and visit us again soon.
Okay, so we've done with all that. Jesus, that took a while. It's like a solid hour of just listening to them talk. All right. Listen, Time Lost. Listen, we all know that all people are trustworthy. Obviously. One moment. Okay, here we are. Listen, just nobody can see me. Nobody can see me. I'm super sneaky. Super sneak, super sneak. Looks like it needs to be nighttime. Of course. Nobody can see me. Two big reasons, Euro. Number one, it wasn't included by the person who donated for it, so that's Salok. But two, and more importantly, I couldn't get the fifth game running. Or miraculously, I couldn't get it streamable, but you get the point. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Which one of these is Aura?
You cast the Aura spell.
Good morning, Ross.
You cast the Aura spell.
Oh, jeez.
You cast the Aura spell. You cast the Aura spell. You cast... You cast...
I think I cast the Aura spell. I don't know what I fancy, Magister, but Google is how I find point-and-click adventure games nowadays. Back in the day, I'll tell you exactly how I found point-and-click adventure games. By going to the dollar store and buying the shareware disc for $1.
You cast the Aura. You... You... You have come to a beautiful garden deep within the forest. A stream flows gently in a loop around the central island. Feelings of peace and harmony permeate the area.
Our stealth is up to 243. Ho-ho-ho-ho. Aura's up to 123. What's fire at? 208.
As you approach the tree, the fruit vanishes. Must be that low-calorie kind.
That tracks. Okay. Well, I don't know if I have enough mana for detect, but sure.
A soft, magical aura permeates the entire garden. Strong magic emanates from the fruit tree and the center of the pool in the stream. The lanterns are also magical.
Cool. Can I have my mouse back? There we go.
After some rest...
I do not. Time lost.
After some...
Nope. Damn it.
After...
Oh, and I can answer you why they didn't release the Thrall adventure game. Sorry, I realized there was a question that I didn't answer. Because it sucked. I know this is going to sound strange from the perspective of 2022, but Blizzard used to have very exacting requirements for games they released. So, if a game wasn't up to snuff,
Your order has evaporated.
it would get nuked.
It doesn't budge. You discover 30 crowns hidden there. You accept it as a gift from Irana.
Yeah, that was Blizzard.
After some...
You know, it's really funny. If you zoom the camera out a little bit, what happened was Sierra was owned by Vivendi, and then Sierra started falling apart, which caused Vivendi to turn into a vampire. And then a vampire, Vivendi just absolutely drained resources out of every Blizzard game that came out for almost a decade in order to keep the company afloat. And then Vivendi was consumed by Activision. And then Activision did even worse than that. And that actually amuses me, because the thing is, as much as Vivendi was a leech on Blizzard for years, I guess leech is better than vampire, they left Blizzard alone. Like, they let Blizzard do their own thing as long as they kept tossing money up. Activision decided to start directly meddling with and changing around how release schedules worked and what was considered acceptable and blah, 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 blah. And so, that sucked.
After some...
Whoops, I misclicked.
After some... After...
I mean, as has been pointed out a few times, it's not like Blizzard's awful practices are a new problem. That's a problem going back to when Blizzard was just Blizzard. But speaking purely from the development side of things and the actual products that came out, Blizzard used to at least put out good products. Now they don't do either. Now they're a terrible place to work at. And they put out bad products. That's cool.
It doesn't budge.
It's lovely, really.
After some...
I mean, I guess we'll put the bush in here, sure. My walkthrough doesn't say to do that, but I'm going to believe you, Time Lost. Actually, I don't believe you at all, because you always lead me astray. So we're going to make a brand new unique save just for this. Right here. In case this is a terrible, terrible thing to do. That would actually be quite funny, Zillow. Now, what would be awesome is if it was good.
You plant the bonsai in the hole and scrape some of the rich soil around it. In moments, the bush begins to grow and blossom before your eyes.
What did Nintendo do recently that there is to comment on? The Microsoft thing we knew years ago. I don't mean to sound finicky about it, but they have actually advertised well in advance that they were going to the $70 thing for Microsoft. And once Sony pulled that trigger, you knew Microsoft was going to, since Sony and Microsoft are direct competitors. Not really, Chthon. The only place in which that's actually receiving any real opposition is in the EU, and we all knew that. We all knew that the EU was going to be more persnickety about that, because they always are. Here in the States, everything is pretty much standard procedure. Due diligence, going around the reins, and doing the bureaucracy, but nothing has actually opposed the Microsoft acquisition yet here in the States. In the EU, so what the step they're at right now is there's not any formal legal opposition to the acquisition yet, but there are concerns raised, which is a standard policy. And what they want to do with that is they want Microsoft to then basically give a counter offer and say, hey, this is what we're going to do to, make you feel better. And if that that's where they're at right now, is the counter offer. If the counter offer goes through, the EU will just let it pass through. If it doesn't, then they'll raise legal concerns, and then Microsoft will have to go to court in order to acquire Activision. I've said this before, and I'll say this again. I am extraordinarily in favor of Microsoft procuring Actiblizzard, so I hope that the EU doesn't get too much in the way of this. But we'll see. Where is this? It says it's just south of Irana's Garden at night. I am south of Irana's Garden. It is night. Why is the EU being so stingy? So the EU is very pro-worker. Possibly too pro-worker. If we're being completely honest with ourselves. It says magic users. I'm a magic user. Okay, whatever. I've been doing all the magic user stuff this whole game, including this thing I just got. Whatever. Okay, what am I doing? I'm going to the inn. Are you telling me to go to the Master Wraith? Because I'm not sure I want to go to the Master Wraith. In fact, I know with total certainty I don't want to go to the Master Wraith right now.
You feel a chill go...
Hey, there's the Master Wraith. Why am I doing this? Okay, cool. So I'm dead now. Thank you, Time Lost, for that horrific death. Let's go back to the bush save. I'll have to have a gore save at some point. I'm going to go back to following the walkthrough, if that's okay. So the walkthrough hasn't led me astray, with only one exception so far.
You plan...
Oh, no, see, that's the funny thing. In the United States, it's too anti-worker, too pro-corporation. So, no matter where you live, it sucks to some extent or another. I suppose that's just life. Alright, so I'm going to ignore Time Lost completely. I don't know, would be my answer to you on that act. Nintendo does whatever the hell they want to, and they always have. It's good in many ways, and it's one of the reasons Nintendo has continued to be a bastion of good game design for literal decades. But it does mean on the corporate side, there's no predicting what they're going to do. Like, they do whatever the hell they want to. Yeah, like, shutting down that recent Smash tournament makes no sense on every level. And it was a complete dick move. And, of course, the thing is, Nintendo Corporate doesn't always make terrible decisions. They make quite a few good decisions, too. Please don't ask me to list any right now, because I can't think of any right now. But that's the point. They're not a force of evil, like Activision or Ubisoft, and they're not a force of good, like insert game company here that doesn't exist. Instead, they're just a force of whatever. Nintendo is just kind of there, throwing up. You know what Nintendo is? Nintendo is a D20. There's a gradient in between 1 and 20, and they just roll the dice every now and again, and that's a 15. So that's going to be a net positive thing that they're doing. I don't know what it is, but they're doing it, and that's Nintendo.
You hear movement on the other side of the door.
I don't know, Gigapudding. Just wait until Bellhammer Industries takes over. And I'll show you. I'll show you all!
So Dimitri says the gypsy didn't really kill Igor after all. Then there's that one about the Easter Bunny.
Wait, you didn't hear? Oh, that foolish gravedigger fell into a grave, and he was trapped by his own gravestone. He's dumber than a styrofoam cup.
Right. It's just lucky for Igor the stranger happened to wander by before he starved to death.
You are all fortunate that the stranger rescued Igor. You would have burned an innocent man. Well, I still think the gypsy's a werewolf.
Pay the innkeeper for your room and board.
Thank you for your payment.
You're welcome. I mean, so let's be very, very blunt about this. If Nintendo wanted to compete with Microsoft and Sony, they would stomp them. They don't, which is why they haven't. There's a reason. Let's be very clear about this. I know everyone talks about the big three, but there's actually only two consoles, really. There's the Xbox and the PlayStation, which are direct competitors to each other in every way. Culturally, legally, financially. That's the market. And then there's Nintendo, which is over here completely by itself. That's been true for a while now. And then there's the PC, which is just kind of doing cartwheels in the background.
It was very kind of you to aid Igor. It has been a long time since we have had someone as heroic as you in Mordavia, yeah? Forgive us if we have seemed so unkind to you. It is just that we have lived so long in fear.
Well, anyways, what am I doing here? Japan is too stuck in the 80s, would be my answer to you, Act. Although there's at least some good reasoning for that. I most often compared Japanese corporate culture to dinosaurs. Because it's a term. It's a real term. It's dinosaur philosophy. Where you just lumber onwards and ignore everything else that's changing and moving around you. Just keep going. Just keep going. Just ignore it. That's Japan corporate culture right there. And there's a lot of problems with that. But it does mean they've bypassed some of the issues of, say, U.S. corporate culture, for example. Which is awful. As I've said many, many, many times. Do I say that Steam Deck is a competitor to Nintendo? That's a good question, Trithon. Do you think the PC is a competitor to Nintendo? Because I don't. But I could see how someone could say the PC is a direct competitor to Nintendo, which is what you've just asked me. What am I doing? Who's the Domovoy? Are you the Domovoy?
The innkeeper's wife is a sturdy but not unattractive peasant woman.
Why would you ban competition? I mean, for utility stuff, sure. Well, that's not even close to what I wanted to do.
I was very worried about the gypsy. It was just like those 3 old yentas to accuse the wrong man. Oy, I'm so glad the gypsy is free. I don't know if gypsies are werewolves, and I don't really care. As long as they don't harm anyone, they have as much right to live in Mordavia as we do.
Bella!
Don't you believe that, Yuri?
Maybe.
Well, when you see your gypsy friends again, you may tell him that Yuri and Bella will welcome him in town.
Now, I never said that.
Oh, but you meant it, didn't you? You are a man of your word, after all.
Okay.
Oh, that is right. We hadn't been properly introduced. Yuri, will you introduce us?
This is silly. You've met before.
Still, it would be nice to be properly introduced. Please, Yuri?
I am not having sex with you.
This is Bella Markarov, my wife and keeper of the kitchen.
You introduce yourself in return.
I am very honored to meet you.
Although, given your husband, I don't blame you for the desire.
Mein husband Yuri doesn't like for me to talk to strangers. He thinks they may be dangerous. But clearly, you are not dangerous. You are a hero. We need a hero here.
Bella?
Oh, Yuri, I'm just saying how welcome he is in Mordavia.
Fine. Giga Pudding insists I have sex with you, but only once. You get one pity sex. That's all you get. That turns out to be the best sex of my life.
I always leave a supper out for him behind the inn. He looks strange and a little frightening, but I think he is really a good person. He's always so polite to me. I'm not sure what he means by graveyard humor, though. At least he seems to enjoy himself.
Anyways, I feel like you're asking an invalid question, Gum Gum, because the real question there is, what do I think about ad revenue and advertising as an industry, to which I've given my opinion many, many times. Oh, I guess I can talk to the gnome. Yes. You zap me again, though, I'm going to murder you.
A squeaky voice from beyond the door says, A voice from behind the door says,
So, bets in chat. Once we give him his humor back, will he be funnier or less funny?
Did I tell you about the time there was this guy walking into an inn with this big Necrotor following him? He goes up to the innkeeper and asks for some stew to eat. The innkeeper looks nervously at the Necrotor and asks the man what his pet will eat. And the guy replies, anyone he wants. Not bad, eh?
You hand the gnome the good humor bar.
What's this? You trying the old hot pepper bar on me? Hey, I'm the professional, kid. Don't try this at home. Not on a gnome, anyway. Hey, it looks good, though.
He eats the good humor bar.
Not bad. Pretty good, actually. Hey, I feel funny. I mean, really funny. What was that thing?
You tell the gnome about Baba Yaga and the good humor bar.
Thanks, pal. Guess this yuck's on me. This jester just can't thank you too much. You're my hero, Nero. My main man, Stan.
You're welcome. Alright, give me some jokes.
Do you know why gnome jokes are so short? so that they won't go over the dwarves' heads. There's no point in telling a dwarf a joke with a double meaning. He won't get either one. Judging from the expression, what you don't know can't hurt you, dwarves are practically invulnerable. Of course, far be it from me to say that all dwarves are just plain dumb. Most are pretty greedy, too. Dwarves get their money the horde way. They won't even spend the time of day. Dwarves don't care how people treat them, as long as they do. Of course you know what you got when the singing dragon fell into the dwarf mine, a flat miner. And on that note, let's change the subject.
Okay.
You know what they say about humor? If you don't got it, you won't get it. And if you don't get it, I'm sure someone will try to explain it at great length.
So let me explain that joke in great detail here.
Well, now that I'm back in the funny business, it's one more show and I'm back on the road. I'm going to show these yokels that he who laughs last just didn't get it.
Okay. Bye.
Before you blow, Joe, I figure I owe you one. I'm going to let you in on a secret only we gnomes know. I'm going to tell you the ultimate joke.
Really?
Don't wince, Vince. This is straight, mate. You tell this one, and whoever hears it is gonna laugh. Really laugh. Can't help it, can't stop it kind of laugh. Only works once, and should only be used in last resorts, Mort. It's the last laugh, so to speak. The best jest to the west. Yours for the telling.
The gnome tells you a rather silly joke. You find yourself laughing despite yourself.
See what I mean, Gene? Tell this joke to a big bad dude that's out to do you in, then exit while he's laughing. Use it or lose it. Bye-bye, birdie!
What is it? Tell Rosh's hideous laughter or something like that? Unfortunately, one copy of it survived, Trithon. Alright, so it apparently needs to be midnight. Which I'm guessing is at the top here. I'm just going to wait for a bit.
After some rest, you feel... You unlock...
Oops, wrong button. No, don't go all the way.
So you're back. No, it's your front. Take a seat. No, take two. They're small. I got a joke just for you, so don't look so sheepish.
Oh my god, you're right, Eclectic. This was the origin of the deadliest joke. The funniest joke
Unlock the door to you.
in the world.
Well, it's so long, it's been nice to know you. I like you. I have no taste, but I like you. If you ever make it to Silmaria, look me up. I never forget a friend, especially if he owes me money. But seeing as how it's me that owes you one, I'd better get while the going's good. See ya, and don't take any wooden kopecks. So, everyone, I'll leave you with this story. A man runs up to his doctor and says, "Doc, you gotta help me. I keep thinking I'm a goat." The doctor asked, "How long have you had this delusion?" The guy replied, "Ever since I was a kid." Ba-da-boom. That just goes to show you I'm one bad dude. It's been sheer pleasure here, but I'm gonna take it on the lam and just bleed it. Be seeing you.
Yep, nope, my health went down.
You feel a chill.
Oh, this is back here. Okay. Damn. Well, whatever. Back here. I mean, considering who was holding onto the humor bar, is it really any surprise that it went sour? Oh god, there's a thought. I'm going to extract an essence of your identity, corrupt it, and then put it back in you. Oh. Alright, wait another hour. No, not in the bed. Whatever.
After you are exhausted.
You're exhausted from lack of sleep as you get up from your nap. You know, I'd make fun of that, but relatable. Okay, surely it's midnight
I have
now.
the feeling you are being watched.
Yes, yes. Speak to me. Wow, you're ugly. Hi.
In where I am living, in Domovoy am I. Luck I bring. Way things go now, think most luck bad.
I sure hope not, Traxia.
Things at inn not good. No people come. Innkeeper and wife very, very unhappy. Mordavia very, very sad place. Even Domovoy cannot help here. Oh, too much dark magic.
Right. Good morning, Shimmy Gamix. Oh my god. Shimmy Gamix. There we go.
Too much we speak, too much I talk. Sometime else we speak, sometime else I talk. You hero? Mordavia big hero need. Plenty powerful hero. Maybe you be soon. Learn much, practice much. Soon plenty big hero. Not many big people see Domovoy. Most not look. You something special. Maybe so?
Eh.
Domovoy am I. Domovoy I be. Over places Domovoy watch. Protect the inn, do I. By big people Domovoy not seen. You stranger are. Maybe hero, maybe not. Show myself to you I do. Speak to you I will. Maybe good things for people will you do. Maybe good thing for Domovoy you do, hmm? Some night soon, talk we will again. Domovoy good luck bring. Maybe Domovoy help you. You Domovoy help. Bad place here anymore. Good many years ago, but going very bad now. Many bad things here. You find out.
Okay. One moment. It's time to peruse the walkthrough. So we might just have to wait till the next night. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, as I say, it feels like it wants me to do this a couple more times. I suppose we'll find out.
You hear the sound. You seem to be having some trouble picking this lock.
Hang on.
You seem to be having some trouble picking this lock. Suddenly, you realize what's wrong. It's hard to pick a door that isn't locked.
The lowest turnabout stream I have ever had was the Mario Maker 2 stream act. It actually convinced me to not do streams like that in the future. I thought game design streams would be interesting, but nobody else agreed with me.
As you start to open the door, you realize that this is the innkeeper's room.
Yeah, a while ago, Trahexia. Where is the cabinet? Time lost. I've actually been perusing the thing for it for a bit, and this thing?
It doesn't bud. It doesn't. This cabinet contains some extra plates, glasses, and silverware. There is also a beautiful and ornate doll on one of the shelves. It doesn't.
Take the doll.
It does.
I probably can't take the doll because I don't know what the doll is at the moment. Okay. Part of the problem with the game design stream is that game design is actually a really slow process. So there would be a lot of dead time as it's just, okay, let's do this. Now let's iterate this. And now let's iterate this. And so forth and so on.
You've never seen so many.
Having said that, if you ever see me do a game design stream, it's probably because I won the lottery. Actually, what I would be more likely to do is not do it as a stream.
You unlock.
For one reason alone. Because I would be able to do it, I would be able to fast forward through the dull parts, right? Yeah, exactly, Dakota. Like it's a very slow iterative process. That works. I could also just do it as a stream. It could be a Q&A time. It could be just a chill thing. Don't worry, if I won the lottery, nobody's gonna know. My sister and I actually have a running gag that even she wouldn't know if I won the lottery. Well, I'm stuck on the step of getting the doll, so let's just do this. Let's raise our skills a little bit. Yeah, polemic. That's actually not a bad idea, as
You graciously.
Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Yeah, it's Wargroove is the game.
You are flying in the very source of all magic. You are filled with power and the knowledge of how to use it. You create flowers dancing around you. Trees fill their branches with magical fruit as you touch them. You dance in a circle, and the very ground itself radiates peace and harmony. You sing the message of your heart, and the magic echoes around you a song of love and happiness. Then you realize that it is not you doing this. It was someone else, back in time.
I mean, duh. Let's see, when we sleep near Irana's staff,
You hear that voice calling you
we
again.
have dreams about Irana.
Darkness surrounds you, eats at you.
Gross.
The voice calls out again, and you are afraid. It calls from the center of the darkness, drawing you nearer and nearer. The darkness sucks at you, pulling you towards the voice as it flays all warmth and life from you. You scream!
Here's a question, Time Lost. Do you know if we need climb after this point in time?
Shaking off the shreds of dreams that cling to your memory.
Since you would know better than I would. Darn. Okay. It's a shame we've almost got 300 climbing. Let's see. Wait, seriously, Dakota? I didn't even hear about that. I might have to bug PAX about that. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna test something here. We're gonna cast Horror. I think this is Aura.
You were told that you shouldn't use...
Oh, right. That's dumb, but okay. Hang on, we'll talk to the doctor in a minute.
Cast the aura spell.
Nope, didn't work.
You cast the aura spell. You cast the aura spell. You cast the aura spell.
I'm not Trathon. In fact, I've refused to re-review the game based on the fact that it's getting a minor graphical update.
You cast the aura spell.
Now, is it a good excuse to replay an excellent game? Sure. But, you know, it's not like I'm jumping out of my bones for it.
You cast the aura spell.
Or my bones are jumping out of my skin, or however that saying goes. It's a good idea, Kay. Let me think about this.
You cast the aura spell. You cast...
I mean, I can handle that act, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, I noticed that Shimigamix, especially when we were doing the review run just a couple months ago, I noticed those changes. It was nice. Give me a second. We are up to...
It's too dangerous.
TBC.
You fainted?
I believe I am on the verge of a major discovery. It came to me last night. I believe that there is a formula which can be used to create a rehydration solution.
It's called water.
Such a solution could be used to restore fluidity to any substance or object that has become prematurely dry. Why, if we can but manufacture Dr. Cranium's rehydration solution in sufficient quantities, we could rehydrate the great Shapirian Desert.
Oh, that's just Gatorade.
Of course, there are a few small bugs to be worked out. It would take most of the water in the world's oceans to make that much solution. Then there is the tiny snag that I have not been able to remember the formula since awakening from the dream.
Oh yeah, let me... Plants crave electrolytes! No, I actually have a list up here.
Aura has evaporated.
Time lost. So let's go ahead and talk to him.
Hands off!
Sorry.
Dr. Cranium's rehydration solution should be a shoo-in for the alchemical innovation of the Animal Ward. It contains the prime essence of the element of water in a perfectly condensed form. Oh, I do seem to be a little careless in keeping track of my scientific formulae. Oh, I spent some time in Spielberg last summer. Everyone there kept talking about some hero who did some sort of noble deeds there. You would think that they could find more excitement in the modern accomplishments of science. There seemed to be quite an infestation of baby Antwerps there for some reason. I took advantage of the opportunity to capture a number of them in very blunt cages for my experiments. The Baron did not even charge me very much for them.
Uh-huh. Do I think ray tracing is worth it? No. I honestly have not seen a single instance of ray tracing where I think it's worth the ridiculous amount of extra processing necessary to make that happen. I know processing isn't the right word. I don't care. DLSS can look decent and can be worth it by contrast, and really uses shading a lot better. But DLSS is also extraordinarily intensive. It is probably the biggest hardware limiter since Shadows, which is funny since DLSS specifically affects Shadows.
It is very important to understand the relationships of the scientific elements.
Okay.
You need my world-famous rehydration solution. Unfortunately, I have forgotten the elemental formula of its main ingredient. Perhaps you can help.
Elkhorn, which is pizza, earth. Hang on, so pizza, earth, pizza, wind.
Yes, that sounds just right. By the way, I could use some goo for one of my experiments. It would be most kind if you could bring me some when you return for the rehydration solution.
You ask, Dr.
Of course!
Hold on. Did I ever actually go get the extra slime? No, I didn't. I need to go get some slime, I think. Pizza elementals are no joke, okay? I'm just saying. You don't want to mess around with a pizza elemental. They're almost as bad as elementals. Those are terrible. Yeah, alright. Well, since we literally have nothing else to do today anyways...
Rehydration may...
Yeah, let's go. Let's go grab some glue.
Good day.
Hi. We could talk to the gypsies, or I could tear my hair out. You don't like my walking animation? I don't think ray tracing is really a big step up in graphics design, personally. Now, DLSS, I do think they could do some good things with, and might be another big thing. But I'm with Dakota. I think ray tracing is currently another fad, and I honestly doubt they're going to do anything really worthwhile with it. I should mention before anybody asks, yes, I do have a computer that can do ray tracing. Yes, I usually have ray tracing on just to test it, just to see how it looks. In fact, I've streamed a few games with ray tracing on. And yeah, I doubt anyone even noticed. The best part is apparently there's some motion capture here, okay? So someone had to, you know, motion capture this.
No. You slew.
So I just need the one, right? Just to be sure while I'm here. Okay. I think Cyberpunk pushed the ray tracing thing, yeah. I know Control did as well. Ironically, WoW also has ray tracing, although I would not blame you if you didn't even notice. No, WoW, not what, Trathon. You know, I'm with you on that, Yura. Granted, I think Mario Odyssey looks amazing, and probably will for a long time. What the hell do I know? Yeah, I wish we had ray tracing in this game. Could you imagine how much this sneaking animation would just... Like, we could see the shadows of the trees. I mean, if you say it quickly enough, they sound identical, Gum Gum. D&D. I think there was a falcon, but I'm not sure. I love the scientist's theme song.
Ah, it is truly a beautiful day for science, is it not, my young friend? The sun has risen right on schedule and will undoubtedly set according to the proper laws of celestial mechanics.
No, I'll tell you the new tech that really is exciting for me. And I can't think of the name of it. Hang on. I actually can't remember what it's called. Give me a second. The nanite system. Now, that's more on the engine level than on the rendering level, but still, the nanite system is kind of awesome. Like, that might actually be a game changer.
I have your rehydration solution all ready.
Oh, right, I have to, like, give you the go.
That is terrific! This is just what I need for my experiments! As I promised, here is your rehydration solution.
Thank you. It bears a suspicious resemblance to a flask of ordinary water. Yeah, so the nanite... Kay could actually probably explain the nanite system better than I could. But in summary, rather than doing level of depth, or whatever LOD actually stands for, it's a way to just kind of render everything. Like, all at the same time. The example I've seen in action is for trees. So you just get a blank map, put a bunch of trees down, pop the camera right here, and you can, and as you move it up and move it around, you can see the LOD lines changing as it switches between the layers of complexity. But with the nanite option on, it just renders all the trees. And it's funny because in addition to the obvious fact that it would be better, actually seeing it makes me realize how much I've gotten used to LOD over the years. Because I don't know how to explain it. It's one of those things where it's like, oh my god, I had no idea how much my back hurt until the pain went away, kind of a deal, right? Like, looking at a whole render without LOD was just, whoa. Is it level? Dude, I don't know.
Thinking a bit about that castle on the mountain lately. Such a castle might make a wonderful environment for scientific research. Perhaps someday one of my descendants will work in a castle like that.
Maybe hold off on that. Pitchfork's not good for your health. Well, see, that's kind of my point, Yura, is it's like I never realized how used to it I got until I saw what it looks like without LOD. And it's just like, oh, that looks awesome. Okay, so hang on. So let's save before we haven't actually saved in a while. No, yeah, the fog is render radius. I'm specifically talking about LOD. And nanite. Shut up, Igor. God, I hate you. I wish I hadn't saved your life.
You push the Dark One sign into the indentation on the door.
So what am I doing here? Because I'm off the walkthrough at this point.
This amazingly lifelike sculpture looks like a cross between a baby troll and a hermit or dervish. It fits the description of a domovoi, except that it's totally dried out. and unmoving.
I thought Mistlands was still
It's
in
amazingly
testing phase or whatever.
Very wet be I, very wet and very alive.
Hmm.
Glad am I to be alive. Happy thanks I give you. Careful you should be here. Dangerous very it is. Feed the guard or destroy it to find the secret passage down.
I already did that, so I'm out. Peace.
you retrieve the Dark One sign from the...
Wait, seriously, should we burn this place to the ground? I'm actually okay with that, really. Igor. I mean, sure, let's do it. Why not? We already saved. Yeah, I did hear about Christy Allen. I heard about it yesterday, actually. I have a weirdly good spy network. But it needs to be even better! Yeah, my friend has been playing on the beta server, and the Mistlands... killed the crap out of a lot of places. What am I doing? I am robbing! Rob. Let's rob your face off. Okay, I'm gonna have to lockpick your face off.
You deftly pick the cabinet's simple lock, and...
Is that it? A healing potion?
There is nothing.
Yep, okay. Hang on.
It doesn't budge.
So I gave it garlic last time.
It doesn't.
Alright, I need to
You straighten.
do that. So now we're burning books.
The ancient book catches fire instantly and burns far brighter than you would have imagined. You hightail it out of the monastery basement.
I don't remember Blades at all. I don't think it did get in, though.
You retrieve the Dark One.
If Igor get big hero job, can he be pyromaniac too?
No. That's a good question, Tiny Hippo. I don't know. God, I'm still running. I need to stop running. I need to be stealthy. No one can see me. Well, anyways. We did it! We saved the city by starting a fire in the middle of the city. I'd say something, but a lot of this looks like brick and mortar, so maybe not. I don't know. Oh, whatever. Time to make it nighttime.
After some... After some... After some... After some... After some... After some...
Over here.
You were told that you shouldn't...
Alright. That's fine.
After... After... After...
I do like dying of hunger. like sneaking of hunger even better.
You hear me? After a few minutes.
Yeah, let's get some food in us. Could use some avocado and garlic right about now. I'll tell you what.
You have some garlic pheasant for supper.
Aw, well, okay. Bye forever. Not talking to anybody. Bye. None of you matter.
You unlock.
Gotta waste some time with animations.
After some... You're
exhausted from lack of sleep. You know...
You see that the...
Bad place, Domovoy all better now. Bad place, Domovoy now live in Burgomeister's place. Maybe good luck to Burgomeister. You help me, then I help you. You want be big hero? You want make many people happy? You want make friends and influence people?
No, I read that book.
First, to be plenty good hero, need to be very, very powerful. If not very skilled, you die. If not very smart, you die. Oh, no more hero.
Yeah, that's not helpful at all.
Domovoy tells story. Yuri and Bela have daughter Tanya. Lovely daughter, laughing daughter. One day, Tanya taken away, all because of doll. Tanya, sweet, sweet child. Tanya like everyone. Then Bela have dream. Dream Tanya taken away. Bela very scared. Not let Tanya play outside. Not let Tanya have friends. Tanya gets scared of dark. Tanya many times alone at back of inn in dark. One day, monster come. Big, big monster. Friendly monster. He visit Tanya's window. He talk to Tanya. Tanya not afraid of dark. Tanya now have monster friend. One night, Tanya very, very unhappy, so monster take Tanya away. Monster want to make Tanya happy. Now Tanya gone. Tanya gone to castle. No one see Tanya leave. No one see Tanya go. No one but Domovoy. Domovoy tried to stop Tanya, but too late, too late. Tanya already outside with monster. No tell Bela, no tell Yuri. Very bad thing. Tanya need hero, not dead parents. Only brave, powerful hero save Tanya. One night, Tanya get beautiful doll. Tanya not have doll before. Tanya love doll very, very much. Bela very, very scared. Where doll come from? Yuri very, very scared. Who gave doll to Tanya? Take doll away. Make Tanya very, very sad. Bela hide doll in cabinet. You take doll. Tanya love doll. Maybe you help Tanya, No talk Bela. No show Bela doll. Make Bela very scared. Make Bela very unhappy. You take doll. You take doll to Tanya someday, hmm? Someday, you very powerful hero. You take doll to Tanya.
Okay, I can do that. Now that I know that the doll that I've actually already seen exists, let's go grab it. We got the doll.
You open the cabinet and see a lovely doll. You carefully remove the elegant doll from the cabinet and store it in your pack.
Okay. We finally caught back up to where we were. Okay. Let's get out of here.
You've never seen so many locks and bars on a door.
Ugh, okay, fine. Let's get out of here. Time to jump in the river. By the way, do we have to kill all the wraiths?
You unlock the...
Random question. You mentioned the wraiths earlier. Time lost. Uh-oh. I think we lost time lost. No! In this game, I have died 6 times. Just the big one. Okay. I just ask because we could take a path right through the wraiths. Well, a wraith to get to the graveyard.
The massive gate.
Climb, climb. I should unlock the door. Let all the monsters in. Yes. We could, that's true. We could I don't even know how to turn on auto combat. The interface is really obtuse for the combat screen. So let's find out. So let's get down here. S for auto combat. A phrase that doesn't even include the letter S. Yeah, I've done that quite a bit, but Falkenstein. Okay, so
You cast
the aura spell. Yeah, I get it. God. What, Hom 5? Yes, you're a... Bum, bum, ba-da, bum, 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 bum.
You feel a chill go through you as you enter this part of the forest.
Yep, let's do it. I'm ready. Die, monster. S. S. Don't waste all my daggers. I only have so many of those. Why is this so loud? Interesting. Yeah, I remember the days of, alright, insert the next floppy. 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 Yeah, the 5.3s, not the 3.5s. Whatever those damn things are called. Well, none of these have to do with using daggers, so... Oh, it was a lot, Dakoita. Okay, well that used a bit of everything. Special attack is dagger throw. We have 10 left, despite all that. Hang on, let me go check the rocks for some reason.
The barrow contains treasure that the wraith collected while it was alive, or perhaps more recently from treasure seekers less fortunate than you. You find a jewel-studded tiara, 6 gold crowns, 40 kopecks, and a few old bones.
Well, now I can be a pretty princess at long last.
Your aura has evaporated.
Aw. Sadness.
You have entered an eerie, deserted graveyard. Strange moans wail through the trees, and mysterious lights seem to flicker and fade among the tombstones. 2 large crypts dominate the cemetery.
I mean, not to be persnickety K, but it would actually be Princess Runner.
You turn the large skeleton key in the crypt door. With a sound like the groaning of an undead spirit, the massive door yawns wide open.
God, I love John Rice Davies. Just... Who says I don't, Kay?
Dank crypt, filled with bas-relief figures of long-departed knights and statues of the Grim Reaper. Stairs lead back up to the entrance. A brightly colored copy of the Borgov crest adorns part of the floor.
The printing press act. Did you not recognize John Rice Davies? He's been the narrator, and he's been awesome the whole game. Like, he is his own positive, because he's just legit.
Some of the stones on this crest, the crest is unusual.
You gonna let me actually move them, game? How do? Oh, I have to just... Okay, fine. Blue, orange, red, green, orange, violet. Borgov.
Spelling out the name Borgov in colors has caused a secret compartment to open in the crest. Inside is a small key which you add to your keyring.
I mean, I think some of the older Fire Emblem games have an even worse interface than this. Have you ever seen the NES Fire Emblem? Ugh. I think it was NES. It was either NES or early SNES. I'm not actually sure about that now that I say it out loud. Okay, so that's good.
Nothing.
Yeah. I haven't saved lately. More saves good. Okay.
The small key from the crest opens a lock in the relief. You open the coffin lid to reveal a dark passageway leading deep into the mountainside. After following the dark passage for several minutes, you come out into a castle chamber. The bookcase closes behind you, and there is no obvious way to open it again.
Cool. We did just save. So let's get this ready. Inventory management is a problem in a huge number of games, yeah. Including this one. No, looks like we have 2 more dungeons after this one. Reading this right. Okay, so east.
You hear a gentle the door.
And then east.
You hear a
and then east.
You hear a
Oh, Jesus. Okay, why did everything get turned down all of a sudden? Okay. Run. Run. Stop. Stop. How do I stop? There we go. Why am I not sneaking? What am I doing? I've lost track. No, don't. Honestly, let's just reload. I'm just... Honestly, you know, let's just undo that. Well, John Rhys Davies has always been a lot more amenable to doing less prestigious projects. See him in Wing Commander and in Dune for two other examples of that. It's part of why he's legit, or at least I think he's legit. Professionally, he's legit. I don't know if he's a good person.
You carefully...
Oh god, this is going to be such a pain. Hang on, maybe I can do this properly. So let's have that selected. And then let's do this.
You hear a gentle...
Hey, that's not terrible.
You carefully... You hear a gentle... You carefully...
Man, my stamina's terrible all of a sudden.
You hear a gentle...
Damn it! Okay. No, let me...
You hear a gentle...
You know, that's true. There's a degree of professionalism to that, Wenlock. Patrick Stewart is a similar person. He has been in some really, really terrible things. In fact, he's been in the worst movie I've ever seen. But he's still bothered to do his job because he's Patrick Stewart. Alright, so I think we're still poisoned. Yep, we're still poisoned. That's okay. The Emoji Movie.
The only effect is a tingling sensation.
Yep, Patrick Stewart, who loses his Sir title by virtue of having been in the Emoji Movie. It's a rule. The Emoji Movie. What's that? Oh, it's rocks. Yeah, in all sincerity, when I say that the Emoji Movie is the worst movie I've ever seen, I am not speaking hyperbolically. By the way, I've seen Birdemic. Now, Birdemic is a terrible film, but a lot of why Birdemic is a terrible film is because its budget was like $1,000. The Emoji Movie is a full-scale, CGI animated motion picture with millions thrown into it, and it is awful. I did not see the Cats movie. I was advised not to. Near as I can tell, that was the correct call.
No rest for the chase.
Okay, fine. Well, let's start sneaking then. Start draining our health, because we are out of stamina. I gotta figure out where the hell I was. You can tell that was a door.
You slick down your...
God's sakes.
You carefully oil...
Stray is a... Stray should be more, but it is acceptable. I think that's the simplest way to describe Stray. I actually went out of my way to not watch the 2018 Predator. However, I have seen some of it, and that's all I needed to see. Yeah, I'm going to try to rest here. But I'm checking something here really quick. Okay, so let's try to rest. Hey! Honestly, that's just...
This would not be a good place to sleep.
Okay, can I at least get a nap in?
After some rest...
Okay, so we're no longer out of stamina.
Shifts every... The... You straighten out the crest. The bookshelf shift...
Okay.
You carefully...
Jellicle, jellicle, jellicle. Jellicle.
You hear a gentle... You carefully oil the...
I love how whether I oil it or not, it still sounds like... Probably not, Zach Taft. I'm probably going to die a lot. Because, yeah.
You carefully... You are so exhausted. You hear a gentle...
Yeah, I am burning stamina here. Good God. Just nuking through my stamina.
You carefully...
Who is it, Toby? It's not polite to slam the door in strangers' faces, is it, Toby? Then ask the stranger what he wants.
Yeah, I got something for you.
What is that? Toby, let him in. Toby, he has our dolly. Vanna, I thought I lost you. Look, Toby, it's Vanna. Thank you for bringing her to me. I thought she was lost. Where did you find her?
Kid vampires are actually really horrific. And unfortunately, most works that do things with kid vampires do it properly.
Toby gave her to me. Mommy didn't like her. She kept trying to make me tell where I got Vanna from. Mommy wouldn't let me play with her. I was afraid Mommy wouldn't let me play with Toby anymore. Toby was my only friend. I didn't want my mommy to make Toby go away. I told Toby all about it, and Toby brought me here to Aunt Trina. She never takes my toys or friends away. Never. Mommy and I worked hard all the time to keep the inn nice and clean. And then my mommy, she never had time to play or sing anymore. And when it got night, she made me go to bed all by myself in the dark. It was really scary. I was afraid the bad things would get me. But nobody heard me when I cried. When I went out to the inn, Daddy would yell at me to get back to bed. I was scared. Daddy wouldn't let me have a candle or anything. He said it would bring the bad things. I didn't like the dark. But then, Toby came to my window at night. He would hold me, and he would talk to me, and he would tell me he would keep the bad things away from me all night. And I didn't have to be scared again, because I had Toby. When my mommy took my doll away, I was afraid she'd make Toby go away too, so I went away with Toby. Now I'm not afraid of the dark. I like the night. Aunt Trina says the bad things will never get me now, and I have Toby to take care of me. But sometimes I still miss my mommy. My daddy used to be happy. He would take me out walking around and talking to everyone in town, and the inn was always busy with new people to talk to, and I could stay up and dance while my mommy sang for people. Then the rains came, and then people didn't come to the inn anymore, and Daddy said that there were too many bad things. He wouldn't take me walking anymore. He made me go to bed when it got dark, and he said the bad things would try to get me. I can't go home again. And Aunt Trina says that this is my home now. She says that my mommy and daddy will think I'm a bad thing now, and that they won't love me anymore. Toby says this is my home now, and he loves me very much. I wish my mommy and daddy didn't think I was a bad thing. Then maybe Toby and I could visit them.
You tell about Irana's staff, and how it can make Tanya back into a real little girl again.
I like the staff. It always made such pretty flowers in town. You say it will make me all better, and I won't be a bad thing anymore?
You nod your head.
Oh, Toby, I can see my mommy and daddy again. Toby asks, what else will the staff do?
You try to explain about sacrifice.
Toby says he understands. He says you should take us to the staff now, so I can be with my mommy and daddy again. Oh, it feels weird here. Kinda happy. Icky. I'm scared. I know you'll protect me, Toby, but who will protect you?
That's my job.
Okay, Toby. I'll protect you.
You cast the Ritual of Release.
The sacrifice of life for love. Your love for the child is great.
You see Toby silently nod his head.
Will you trade your life to give life to the child? Will you die willingly for the one you love?
No, Toby, no!
So shall the sacrifice be done. So is the sacrifice complete. I am again the staff of Erana.
I'm so sorry, Toby. I didn't protect you too good, did I? I love you too, Toby.
You take the sobbing child in your arms and carry her to the inn. You awaken her parents and are overwhelmed by their gratitude and joy. It is long before you manage to escape to the peace of your own room for what is left of the night. You awaken as the sun begins to rise.
That was surprisingly good. Yeah, that was straight up a Witcher quest. No joke. Holy crap. I wake up and now the sun's burning me. Ah! I don't think you can, Behexia. This is the first individual moment or quest I've given a plus for in the entire franchise, by the way. I am, however, going to give a negative for that quest, too. And I think you know where. No, it's for the castle maze. I actually did manage to pull up a map of this place. And it's just... Here, hang on. Ah, whatever. It's done. Point being, screw that place. let's just summarize that very simply. So yeah, plus to story, negative to gameplay. Ah. Okay, well. Make sure the HUD's up to date. Got our stamina back. That's nice.
I must thank you for saving our Tanya. You have brought joy again into our lives. We are in your debt.
Yeah, do me a favor. Stop being fearmongers and causing your daughter harm as a consequence of said fear. Please. If you could do that for me, appreciate you.
I didn't like him. He didn't like me. He didn't like Katrina either. They were always having fights, but he had to do what she told him to do, and that made him very mad.
About Adavis.
I liked Trina. She was kind to me and gave me lots of nice things. She even taught me to read and write, but I'll never go back to her. I want to stay with my mommy and daddy. Toby was my best friend in all the world. And I miss him. I wish he could come and live with us here. I'm happy to be home again. Everyone in town has come to see me and talk to me, and it's fun to be important. I like it.
It does sound like a DuckTales voice actress. I'm not sure, though.
You eat your plain but nourishing breakfast. It has more than a bit of garlic added for spice.
I don't know how we can ever thank you enough. It's such a joy to have my little Tanya home again.
So if you're asking, did I see Adavis coming back after 2? No. But if you remember, he was actually in the end screen at the end of 3. That's why I assumed it was him.
My Tanya is her cheerful, loving self again. I could never thank you enough for the kindness you have shown us all. I knew Tanya was alive somewhere. I never lost hope that she would return.
Bella, you heard his story. Tanya was dead, an undead, a Nosferatu.
She is fine right now, isn't she? As long as she's alive and well, what does it matter? I don't understand with all this talk about vampires and Tanya. She has returned healthy and happy, and this is what's important. Of course, I will never forgive the woman who stole my baby from me. Still, I think I can understand her a little bit. I, too, have always wanted a child such as Tanya. I am only overjoyed to have my Tanya back.
Oh, she is her joyful self again. The sound of a child's voice is the sweetest of music. We will do our best to show our love and never, never let her be afraid of the dark again.
How about letting her have some frickin' candles?
I do not know what to make of Tanya's stories about vampires. It is hard to imagine my lovely daughter as an undead. Gladly, though, I would go to the castle and drive a stake through the heart of the one who stole our daughter from us.
Right. So anyways.
You have brought real joy to Mordavia by bringing Tanya back. When she was stolen, it was as if all the laughter here had been taken as well. You gave us back our happiness.
This guy...
The strangest thing happened. Someone broke into the old monastery and burned the place down. I don't suppose you'd know anything about this.
No, I wouldn't. Burgermeister has been pretty legit the whole game. Actually, I have tried rye bread. In fact, most of my friends really love rye bread. And it is pretty popular here. I hate rye bread, but something in it... Oh, hello. It's Amatrathon! Wow, time lost. I forget what it's called. Something in rye bread is hits the I think it's the phenyl gene or whatever in me. So it actually triggers my gag reflex. So, no rye bread for me.
You are always on...
So,
I have not spoken of it before, because I know so little. Still, it is very bad luck to speak of it, and the memories of Mordavia are deep. They worshipped it in the monastery, that much I know. The members of the monastery stayed mostly within its walls, but the townspeople feared them. They said the followers were all like madmen, concealed in robes and speaking in whispers. Then one day they were all gone. We heard of the fighting down by the Dark One's cave, of course. No one returned here except for my grandfather. He brought this staff here and said Irana was dead. That is all I know of the matter. I am sorry if I cannot help you more. Be careful and good luck.
we're actually getting close to the end game here. So let's, yeah, as soon as I left the screen, reality warped, as you know. So let's make it nighttime.
After 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 after
That should be enough. Let's sneak out of town. I can't let anybody see me leave town. Damn, I've been spotted! Our stealth is not even at 300, but there's our stats. Strength went up a little, int went up a bunch, agility went up a decent amount, vitality went a little, magic barely went up. Honor went up, climbing went up, pick locks went up. We have so little at the 300 range. We have throwing and communicate at 300 plus. That's it. And we did both of those last time. Quiet out here in the forest.
after
I'll never stop sneaking vigilant. Never!
you feel a chill. You cast.
Whoa, that hurts. Holy crap. Wrong buttons. There we go, hang on. And we're dead. Jesus! I couldn't even heal in time. Where's this at?
You feel it.
Ugh.
You cast. You feel it.
Sure, I don't know. Should probably.
The wraith vanishes into nothingness, and the air slowly begins to regain some warmth. The barrow contains treasure that the wraith collected while it was alive, or perhaps more recently from treasure seekers less fortunate. You find a hoard of 150 gold crowns
Jesus.
and a scroll with mysterious letters that seem to writhe and shift under your gaze. At the top is a stylized heart symbol. A few drops of ink under it remind you of dried blood.
Well, another one down. All right, so let's save. I actually think, so I already jotted down a potential positive for the auto combat. I think I'm going to go ahead and put down a full positive for the auto combat. As for the combat itself, I'm going to give a positive and a negative for the combat itself. The core idea of the combat's actually interesting, and I think it's something that I could enjoy, if not for the extreme clunkiness of both the interaction, the controls, the interface, and the just everything. It's janky as hell, you know. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Not that way, this way.
Your aura has evaporated.
No. Yeah, we'll stop sneaking. Let's get on with this. Let's do this. If you haven't gotten a guess in, this is a good time to do so. Let me update the HUD. I'm going to chop off the guess probably in about a minute or so here. So if you haven't gotten a guessing game in, or if you haven't gotten a guess in for the guessing game, excuse me, this is a good time to do it.
You deftly slip over the gate and into... That didn't do anything.
Oops.
You hear... After...
Food, please.
You get a fine meal of roast duckling a la garlic.
Nice. Now stop smoking indoors, or I'll kill you. And then turn you into a vampire.
You unlock the door to your room and go in.
Agreed, Dakota.
You awaken as the sun... The note says, "Meet me at the castle gates tonight. We have much to talk about. Katrina."
Dun, dun, dun. I require even more food, even though it's been only seconds. I know. It's been like 8 hours.
It's sausage and peppers fried with garlic.
Hey, it's the first meal we ever had. How nostalgic. Also the best sounding meal of the ones that we've had.
Good day again.
Haven't you ever wanted to be a vampire? So Bladerville asked a question. In my Quest for Glory 3 highlights, I discussed the use it to level system and how much it sucks. Do I think such a system would be better, worse, or the same if applied to MMOs? Worse. Because... What do they do with meals in 5? Because not only are they would grind it up. So in a game like this, use it to level it is slow, but ultimately you could probably max out a skill inside of an hour. In an MMO which is designed to be played across months, I guarantee you it would take substantially longer to actually slog through. I know this because I've played a game called Asheron's Call, which requires 6 point, I don't remember the number, billion experience in order to max out a skill. Now, if you know exactly what you're doing, you can do that pretty quickly, but if you just run around doing it, that's going to cap off extremely quickly. And that's an old MMO, back before they got really time-wasty. Mac and cheese. Wow. Yeah, that's the other thing. If it really was a use it to level it system, it would just encourage people to do the same bullcrap they do in Oblivion.
A fine autumn day to...
Yeah, sure, whatever. Let me in.
I'm afraid I can't...
You decide that it might be better to...
Okay, fine.
I'm afraid
You decide...
Oh, come on.
There's no need to knock. I am the gatekeeper after all, though I'm afraid that I cannot let you in. I'm under strict orders.
Okay, fine. You want to make things hard? We'll make things hard.
After some...
Oh god, dice rolls for random skill ups in a use it to raise it system are even worse. Well, if it makes you feel any better, Solar Cat Plasma. FF14 is a single-player game disguised as an MMO. It's actually one of my least favorite features of the game, ironically.
How nice of you to come. I'm afraid I accidentally signed the wrong name to your note. It's been ages since we last met. Come here and let me look at you. You have no power against one such as I. Let's play a little game of fox and hound, shall we?
Yeah.
I have summoned the hounds of death. Now we shall see whether you've kept up with your running lessons.
No, they got me.
You fool! Did you really believe you could get away from me? I have you now, and you will pay for my death. It is you that caused me to become a vampire. If you had not killed me, I would never be forced to serve the Dark Master again. You probably blame me for all the problems around here, don't you? You understand nothing. The Dark Master is the cause of all the woe that is here. The Dark Master brought you here against my better judgment. The Dark Master made me what I am now, a Nosferatu, and seeks to do the same to you. But I shall spare you that fate. I will mercifully end your miserable existence. Then the Dark Master and I will call forth eternal darkness, and we will no longer be limited to travel at night. Together, my master and I will create an army of undead, and we will conquer the world. Pity you won't be there to witness this. You cannot stop us now. You will never find your way out of this dungeon, and only a stake through the heart or more magic than you will ever have can stop us. You will die, knowing that you were destroyed by the Dark Master. Ah, the sun now rises, and I must go to my rest. You too shall rest. I will not allow you the chance to escape your fate, or to use that stake and hammer I torment you with here. Weapons of my destruction so close at hand, and yet so far. Sleep now, great hero. Tomorrow, you die.
Who is that voice actor? He sounds very familiar.
You wake up from what you thought was a nightmare, only to discover that it's only too real.
Gosh darn it. Too much garlic. As usual. You didn't even take my inventory. Jeez, dude.
You open the lock on the chains easily. It seems your foe has underestimated you once again. It does seem odd, though, that he didn't bother to remove your backpack.
I just said that! Taking my job here. Alright, where's the stake and hammer? There, I think. Yep.
You pick up the heavy hammer and store it in your pack. You take the wooden stake and stake its claim in your pack. You hear the sound of voices on the other side of the door. It's barred on the other side, but you can see and hear the two guards through a peephole in the door.
What's going on in there? The master didn't say nothing about guarding no prisoner.
It's the Ataby guy's orders. So what? He gives you something to do.
I don't likes it. I think Ataby's guy's trying to pull a fast one on the master. She's not gonna like this.
You wants to go down there and tell her?
No way.
Then shut up!
That's true, Solar Cat Plasma. I mean, speaking as a fellow world conqueror, is it really that wrong to conquer the world?
Hey, what I don't get is why the Ataby's guy brings the stake down there. Why give a weapon to the enemy even if you got him chained up?
Who knows? Maybe Ada's gonna put a stake through the prisoner's heart.
You know, there's a secret passage to the master's room from the dungeon.
Yeah? So what?
I don't know, but I sure thinks there's gonna be trouble.
Yeah, so Atavis, I like Atavis, wants us to go stake the master.
It's an Iron Maiden, a popular torture and murder device. The inside bristles with sharp iron spikes. Unlike most things here, it is shiny and has no rust forming upon it. Now that you look closely, there does seem to be something a bit odd about the design of the Iron Maiden. You take a deep breath and step inside.
And we're dead.
You're in a lady's richly decorated bedroom. The coffin, where there should be a bed, seems a bit out of place, but there's no accounting for tastes.
Yeah. Kill Katrina. Cop a feel is one of the options. I mean, kiss is bad enough, but what?
You lean over the coffin and gently shake Katrina awake. Suddenly you find yourself totally unable to move.
You! What are you... How dare you! Try to kill me, were you?
No, I didn't...
How dare you! You break into my home, steal away my child, kill my servant, Toby, and then return to kill me? After I befriended you and helped you. Some hero you are.
Is your hair...
I should leave you here to rot. I should let the rats gnaw your bones while you hang there. Give me one reason, one excuse why I should not leave you here to die.
I love you, Katrina.
You tell her about how Atavis brought you here and set you up.
Atavis. Yes, that does sound like him. He cannot harm me directly. I am his vampire master, after all. Plotting against me and trying to use you are very much his style. But it was not Adavis who stole Tanya from me! You broke into my home and took my child away! Why should I show you any mercy?
Try to explain what you're doing in Katrina's bedroom.
No, that's not...
Trying to find an exit from the dungeon? Just couldn't pass up a chance to look at the helpless vampire, could you? Funny place to look for an escape route, wasn't it? I have decided that I still have a use for you. Alive. If you help me, you may still manage to leave Mordavia without my mark upon you. I want you to seek out the 5 missing Dark One rituals and return to the castle.
Okay.
Together we will summon the Dark One and bring eternal night to this land.
You realize that's not what's gonna...
You will help me, won't you? Or must I take more drastic measures to assure your obedience?
Lady, I've got the things right here on me. I'm good. We're good.
You tell Katrina that you'll do anything at all, if she'll just let you go and not rip your throat.
That's not true.
Very well. But because I can never completely trust you, I will make certain you carry out my bidding. By my will, I geas thee.
Hate geese.
Thou shalt seek the heart ritual of the Dark One. Thou shalt seek the blood ritual of the Dark One. Thou shalt seek the breath ritual of the Dark One. Thou shalt seek the bone ritual of the Dark One. Thou shalt seek the sense ritual of the Dark One.
Okay.
Return with these rituals ere 3 nights pass, lest ye suffer. Thus is your guess. So go and return with the rituals soon. I would not want you to suffer after all.
You know, that Geas is really effective. Like, that made me get all those things in the past. Let me double check, actually. Yep, that's all 5. We're good. Walk down. Walk up. Hey! Let's grab a save first. Listen, Dark Day, we're that good. You know, this is not our first rodeo. This is our 4th adventure. We know what we're doing. We hear someone talk about a dark witch and we're like, okay, yeah, we gotta get that. We got it. Don't know why yet. But if you've been an adventurer for a while, you know you just pick up stuff and someday it'll be useful. That's how that works. This is your last chance to get in a guess for the guessing game. I'll give you 30 seconds. We just... Like, all right. No, what we do is we go like 1 screen away from the castle. And we just sleep for 3 days. And she's like, what are you doing? Oh, yeah, I found these, like, forever ago. Why didn't you... Ah! What? You said I had 3 days. I want to get some rest in. I'm tired. Alright. Locking down the game thing of stuff. There. I want to just eat nothing but garlic the whole time. Like, put that over there. Delete all these. Okay. Yeah, seriously, they're in my backpack, lady. Whoop, 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 whoop. Alright. Really, Tagoida? Does it do damage to you, too? Hello? Oh, there we go. It pushes this. Lol. Hey. Hi.
Oh, what a good boy you are. You would never do anything to hurt me, would you? Unlike some others I could name.
I mean, yeah.
So, you have returned with the rituals. Good. Very good. We will journey at once to the Dark One's cave. Soon, it will be forever night, and I shall never be at anyone's mercy again. Ya Avuzel, hear me, great Dark One. Open thy mouth that we may enter. Open thy mouth that will swallow us all. Open thy mouth of darkness, Ya Avuzel.
Gross.
We will be watching you, so do not even think of trying to betray us.
Shut up.
The last ritual remains with the High Priest. You will need to take it before you begin the other rituals. Please, be careful.
Sure.
Yes. We would hate for anything unpleasant to happen to you.
Right.
Enter now, and good luck.
So, outro time here. And once again, bookends. What the hell is that thing?
As awful as it now appears, something about the creature's shape suggests that it was once as human as you. Something truly terrible must have occurred to change it to its current shape. The horrible being seems to be asleep.
I would love to have never known that. Alright. So let's sneak. First of all, let's not wake this stupid thing up.
This does not...
Oh, that sucks. Time lost. I was hoping we'd finish before lunch. Oh well, no lunch for me.
You pick up the book and read it. It is the diary of the last boyar. It seems that the thing in the pit was the last boyar. Being a servant of the Dark One didn't do much for his looks or disposition. On the last page is the thing you have been searching for. The Ritual of Essence. Now you have all the rituals, and the summoning of the Dark One can begin.
Cool.
The book crumbles into dust in your hands moments after you memorize the final ritual. This...
Wow, that just destroyed my stamina. But who voiced it, Flagant? That's a real question. You know what? You're right, Zalope. Let's give some more negatives here, shall we?
You put the torch...
Nope, that's not actually what I wanted to do.
You take the...
Oh, they are totally sphincters.
Nothing. You put the torch...
That's not... I'm trying to light the other torch. I'm failing at it because this game is awful in visual design.
You light the torch.
There we go.
You put the...
Apparently that was the torch. I know it.
You press the Dark One sign against the top of the altar. The sand swirls and shifts to form a mirror image of the sign. The Dark One sign dissolves into the sand, its purpose fulfilled at last.
Gross. I mean, if you just want to insult me, you can, but I'm still giving this game 2 negatives for visual distinction on Wolfenstein. Because that is probably close to the 28th or 29th or so time where I've had a hard time telling what the hell I was looking at.
That didn't do anything. That didn't... The ritual isn't designed to be used then. That didn't... No... You unroll the scroll containing the bone ritual. The words are visible at last, and you begin to perform the ritual. Ya, Avuzel, Dark One, come! I stand among your massive bones. Let your skeleton once more be filled with your presence.
Why are we doing this?
The rocks of the cave creak and groan around you, as if forced to bear some massive weight. Ya, Avuzel, take shape once more in this place that is your home. Stand again among us. The bones near the altar start to sway and move, as if a massive wind was blowing change through the cavern. Ya, Avuzel.
Why is it always Ya?
Dark One, come. As you complete the ritual, the scroll turns to dust in your hands. Suddenly you realize that the nearest bones have formed into a cage and are closing around you.
That was weird. Okay. Well, that's a thing that happened.
The valve won't budge.
Okay, get the torch then.
You take... You fall...
What's funny is I think this will have less gameplay negatives than most of the previous ones have had. For whatever that's worth. Okay. Interesting.
You move as close as you can get to the...
Oops, didn't mean to do that. Whatever.
It's too... You can't... The upper shelf looks pretty distant.
No. Okay. Oh,
This is not a... It's too... You don't... It's too... You move... It's... This is...
Screw it. Let's go for it. We just saved.
You can't... The up...
And we're dead. Yeah, sure, whatever.
It's too far. It's why. It's too. Why would you? It's. It feels pretty solid and rather stone-like.
Oh, that's always good.
It's too... That... You unroll the scroll containing the blood ritual. Words are visible at last, and you begin to perform the ritual. Ya, Avuzel, bringer of blood, I bring fresh blood to fill your veins. Following the scroll's instructions, you prick your finger and let a few drops of blood drip into the altar bowl. They seem to sizzle and roil within the black bowl. Ya, Avuzel, let this chamber fill with your fiery blood once more. Drops of thick acid liquid begin to form and drip from the altar into the bowl. Ya, Avuzel, bringer of blood! The dark liquid oozes forth from openings throughout the chamber and begins to fill the channels below. The blood hisses and sizzles as it flows. The scroll falls from your hands into the altar bowl, where it is instantly consumed by the acid. A thick, putrescent liquid now oozes and flows through the cave. It looks highly corrosive and in general like something you'd best avoid. This is not a... This is... You don't see a good place. It's too far. It's too... That... You don't see... You don't... This is not... You don't... You don't... You don't think you can make it that far. You move as close as... You unroll the scroll containing the breath ritual. The words are visible at last, and you begin to read the ritual. Ya, Avuzel of the breath of night, I shall come to draw forth your breath in the song of shadows. On the most right horn shall I begin thy song. The shadows of darkness gather. Ya, Avuzel, then shall I play on the leftmost of three. The wind shall come forth among the shadows. I shall bring breath again unto thy centre. The wind of darkness blows all before it. Yeah, a woozle of the breath of night. I shall sound the final note on high. The shadows of darkness shall rise again. You sense an awakening and a waiting within the altar, as if it is alive and expecting something more. You take a deep breath, then blow hard into the hollow tentacle.
It's okay, I was just making fun of Von Falkenstein. Don't worry about me. Okay. So let's go over here then. Assume this is the lower left.
The altar feels strangely...
Nope, how about down here? Nope.
The altar...
Nope.
The altar...
Nope.
The altar...
Nope.
You take a deep breath.
Okay, if that's lower left, which I rolled to disbelieve, that means that thing is lower middle.
You take a deep breath.
Which one is top middle then? Well, I'm actually going to grab another save here because what? I'm going to assume this big one is top middle.
You take a...
Okay. I guess we'll leave. Okay. Why is this place so gross?
You feel totally numb. Can't see anything, feel anything, hear anything, taste anything, or even smell anything. Is this totally senseless?
Yes. So.
Wait. You just felt something, hard and round with some spiky bits sticking out. Your sense of touch has returned.
Cool.
Wow, did something just die in here? Your sense of smell has just returned with a vengeance. You kind of wish it hadn't. You hear a loud, almost explosive pounding and something like rushing water. After a moment you realize that you're hearing the sounds of your own heartbeat and of the blood pulsing through your veins. You stand still for a second until the sounds subside to a dull throb. You can hear again.
Yeah, how about sight? Can we have sight? That'd be useful.
Blinding glare assaults your vision, and you nearly fall from the path. It's as if you're staring directly at the sun. After a bit, you still see stars. Now at last you can see the cave you're in. Ahead of you lies the altar.
Well, this place is pretty gross. I guess all these places have been pretty gross. That's sort of whatever.
You begin to read the sense ritual before the altar. Ya Avuzel! Dark calls unto darkness. Reach out thy tentacles to feel life again. Let the sense of this world permeate thy smell. Ya Avuzel! The sounds of our world are loud in thine ears, to do with what thou will. Let the light and shadow of this world enter thy sight. Let thine own shadow of darkness cover the world without the need of light. Ya Avuzel! Dark calls unto darkness. As you complete the ritual, the scroll turns to dust in your hands. You hear a crackling noise and see flashes of lightning from the dendrites as the smell of ozone permeates the air.
That's funny. Time lost. All right, so let's stop being in here. Oh, God damn it. It's not one thing, it's another.
This is not... This is...
Yeah, we've apparently joined Discworld, which would make a lot of sense, actually. Well, there goes half our health for taking too long to switch to the move button.
That feels good. Just what you needed to relieve some of the aches and pains of everyday adventuring.
I got a lot of those. All right, let's take a nap in here. For God's sakes.
This is not a good... You try to catch the stone above the altar with your grapnel, but there's nowhere it can catch. Yet.
Right.
This does... The altar feels strangely warm to your touch. You try to catch... This is not... This is not a... This is... This is... This... 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 This is not a... This is...
Okay.
Why?
It's my everyday.
Why?
The walkthrough just says to grapple on the ceiling to climb up. That's all it says.
This... You try to catch the stone above the altar with...
And none of the other doors are open. So...
You unroll the scroll containing the heart ritual. The words are visible at last, and you begin to perform the ritual. Yah, Avuzul, Master of Darkness, your servant stands now before your heart of darkness. Let your heart pulsate again with power and life. You feel a heavy throbbing sensation from your own heart, as if some force is trying to rip it free from your chest. Yah, Avuzul, let the heart of darkness force the black blood through your veins. The pressure on your chest relaxes as the stone heart begins to pulse and throb with unearthly energy. Yah, Avuzul, Master of Darkness. As you complete the ritual, the scroll turns to dust in your hands. The rumbling noise grows louder as a passage opening appears in the ceiling above the heart altar.
Yeah, so let's grapple the ceiling to find Whoop. To find Yah Avuzul. Yah Giga Pudding. See, it makes it more fun to say someone's name, right? Yah Time Lost.
Very good. You have succeeded where many have failed. Begin the final ritual. Soon the darkness will return to this land, and I will never lie helpless in my coffin again. Summon Avuzul and free the shadows of darkness.
Enough talk. Let's get this over with.
I do believe you are jealous. Is that because this hero stopped you from summoning Iblis so long ago? You resent the fact that I triumphed while you failed, don't you?
I only wish to begin your moment of triumph, my dear Dark Master.
Uh-huh.
Very well. Let the final ritual begin.
You begin to recite the final ritual.
Da-da-da-da.
Yah, Avuzul,
Oh my
we
God.
summon thee. Cold chill fills you, and you feel as if your blood was being sucked from your veins. Still you continue. O great Dark One, enter the world of light. You feel as if your feet were slowly and painfully dissolving into the floor as if by acid. Somehow you continue the essence ritual. O shadows of darkness, enter the land of the living.
Are we in its brain right now?
Your arms feel as if they were frozen, locked forever holding this paper. You continue to speak because you have no other choice. O Master of the Forever Night, return to your own body and live again. Your head aches, and it's getting incredibly difficult to concentrate. You can barely intone the last words of the ritual. Yah, Yah Avuzul, we summon thee.
Yes! Yes! The spell is completed, and Avuzul awakens. Darkness will fill the land, and we will never flee the sunshine again. No! How dare you!
Ah, you have just shattered the bonds which bound me. Now we shall see who is the true Dark Master.
Wait, what?
I am still a far greater master of magic than you. I am a far more powerful vampire than you. Do you really think your spells can harm me? Guess again.
But my dear Katrina, I do not need to cast spells at you to destroy you. I intend only to destroy my enemy, the one you seem so fond of. Care to watch him die?
No! I will not let him die!
The fool! I knew that Avuzul would be attracted by that spell. Now Katrina will have all the darkness she so desired, and much, much more. Ah, the first part of my vengeance is complete. Now I can enjoy fully watching you die slowly and painfully.
The tendrils you clutch so desperately are starting to slip through your numb fingers. You cannot hold on much longer. Still, there is a fire burning inside you as you realize that Katrina truly cared for you. You know that you must stop Adavis once more and forever, and prevent the Dark One from fully entering this world.
Yeah.
There's no place you can run to, and no place for you to hide. Soon there won't even be a place to stand upon. Getting worried, great hero?
Right, hold up.
The staff has changed in your hands into a sharp wooden stake.
Cute toy, but you'll never get close enough to hurt me with it. My spells will destroy you utterly should you be so foolish as to try.
Okay, I have the ultimate weapon. The ultimate joke!
You tell the ultimate joke about the wizard and the farmer's daughter. That's a killer.
You think to delay your demise by telling stupid jokes? That wasn't even funny.
Despite his protestations, Adavis begins to laugh. In a few moments he's doubled over, still laughing uncontrollably. Now's your chance! Why? You can't... Why?
Okay.
You feel...
Game?
It does...
Game?
This is a close-up.
Game?
Why? This is a close-up weapon.
Huh.
You can't jump. What?
Okay. Sure.
A voice forms in the air around you, seemingly coming from your glowing staff. It is time for you to fulfill my final destiny. You must use me to release my mistress from her imprisonment.
Okay, I can do that.
You touch the Staff of Irana to the crystal.
And time.
Thank you. You have freed me from my long imprisonment and this land from its own danger. I have driven Avuzul back to its own dimension, and I shall make certain it can never return. The darkness is banished forever from Mordavia because of you. My spirit is released, and I am no longer trapped by the Dark One. Thank you. I can hold this image no longer. Farewell.
Hey, Random, you still there?
Two weeks pass from the final encounter in the Dark One's cave. Your friends and acquaintances in Mordavia hold a party in your honor at Castle Borgov.
How long is the Jester game?
So even as we speak, the swamp is drying up. Soon the pass will open, and we may trade with the outside.
Soon we will walk on the bones of the undead.
NAFTA, because we have to. We can finally sell our produce to others.
Garlic.
Yeah, We'll export garlic to all parts of the world. Everybody'll be stinky.
We can even import an elephant or two, just for old time's sake.
The king has sent word that I shall be the newly appointed boyar. Castle Borgov will again protect and guard Mordavia.
He could not have chosen a worthier person for the role. And I mean that sincerely.
We have gathered here to thank this hero. He has driven away the shadows of darkness from this land. Mordavia will again be the peaceful, beautiful land of our forefathers.
The people fill the room with their cheers.
Yeah!
He returned Tanya to us. For that, we shall be forever grateful.
He proved that dreams can be real if you work to make them so.
He brought me back to my mommy and daddy, and you know what? They weren't even mad at me.
Everyone again gives a cheer of happiness.
Igor be in grave if not for hero friend. Instead of redhead, Igor be deadhead. Little graveyard humor there.
I would have been burned at the stake only because I am a gypsy, if this hero had not befriended me.
That's because some people whose names we won't mention, but you know who you are, spread nasty rumors that gypsies were werewolves. How foolish to believe such things.
There are many here who owe their lives and happiness to this hero. In a land with a history of great heroes like Pyotr and Irana, he is one of the greatest.
Again, the hall is filled with cheers of excitement.
Yeah!
You suddenly hear a familiar pair of voices.
There, that's it. I believe this crystal ball is finally working. Do you see anything, Fenris?
Yeah, I see him. He's with a bunch of people. It's either a reward ceremony or a lynch mob.
What? Let me see. Well, it's a reward ceremony, of course. He's probably done some great deed, as usual.
So now what?
Well, seeing that his adventure in Mordavia is obviously over, we bring him here to Silmaria, of course.
Suppose he doesn't want to come here.
Ah, you forget. He is a hero. Silmaria needs a hero right now. And everyone knows a hero has to go where a hero has to go.
Let's hope he knows that. Just make sure you use the right spell to teleport him. The last time you tried this, you brought the clothes and left the person behind.
This time, for sure.
What? And we're gone. The end. To be continued, never, because we can't actually get Quest for Glory 5 working.
If you have not already done so, we encourage you to play Shadows of Darkness again with the other character types. Many of the puzzles are different or have alternate solutions. In the meantime, you are already a winner. Please insert a writable disk in your floppy drive to save your winning hero for use in later Quest for Glory games.
Which didn't come out for 6 years, I want to say? Like, quite a while.
The save character file has been created. Save this disk for use with later Quest for Glory games from Sierra Online. Thank you for playing Quest for Glory, Shadows of Darkness. And congratulations again on winning. We hope to see you again in a future Quest for Glory.
I was going to say, 6 years in the 90s, that's a lot of development time. Alright. Yeah, I know. Sierra kind of imploded and then became part of the Vivendi destruction at about that point in time, so that makes sense. I was gonna say, if you ever want to watch Quest for Glory 5, I do recommend it. I actually know more about Quest for Glory 5 than the rest of the series. It's interesting to know who Katrina is in context now. Surprisingly bugless game, overall. I'm vaguely impressed. Gotta have this very 90s music playing here as we do our audit. I mean, this is such a 90s song. I'm not even making fun of that. Did they? G2 Studios? Like, I heard some really vague stuff about that, but I never actually learned any specifics. Hero U, that's it. Did that ever get made? Or I guess, did that ever get funded? Would be the first question. Then, did that ever get made? Oh, nice. Kind of set in the same world. It's set in the legally distinct world, am I right? I don't actually know if that's true. It just, that sounds like what's going on there. Do I own this? Is Summer Days the sequel? That isn't out yet? It sure looks like it, but I'm just making sure. Really random. Wow. I mean, I guess that makes sense. I was familiar with the Quest series. You know, Police Quest, King's Quest, Space Quest, Quest for Glory. But as I mentioned before, I've actually never played the Quest for Glory series. Mostly by coincidence. I think they are looping. I'll cut off the credits in a minute. Give me a second. Oh, please do, Zillow. Yeah, I think I'll do my usual outro thing, but I think I'm willing to give a one sentence. This is definitely the best of the four, in my opinion. The only thing I don't like about this is the visuals of the artwork. I'm sorry, I'm not going to ding the game for it. I'm not going to give the game a negative for it. but I actively despise the visuals of this game. That is to say, the artwork of the people. They looked so terrible. Like, it got to the point, it probably wasn't obvious, where when a character would pop up and start talking, I would just look away from the screen and just listen to the voice acting. So this stopped being an issue, so we can actually get rid of this negative. Listen, Giga Pudding. Yeah, they look weird and ugly and cartoony in a bad way, and just ah. I think that's everything. God, they totally do, Reto. Yeah, Transsolar Games, I saw that earlier. That's where I got the summer thing from. The one that's not out yet. So I already did that, All roads lead to Rome. Sorry, give me a second. I'm almost done with the gameplay axis, and then I'll head off. Because it's definitely looping. I'm reasonably certain that it's just looping forever at this point. Reasonably. Maybe we should let it loop a few more times, just to be sure. 1 or 2 more times. 50 more times. Yep. That's what I thought. So, I'll type up some more specifics later, but all you need to know right now, the gameplay got a whopping -6, which you may be thinking, that sounds terrible. And if it does, well, you haven't been paying attention so far. Yep, that is the best gameplay of the series so far, is -6. Here, have some music. Since Zolok is here, and since this is still a thank you to Zolok, we must play Mega Man music. So let's go with some classics, shall we? Let me finish up the audit really quick. Wait, you want Sheepman? Alright, hang on. Real quick, we'll do Sheepman, then we'll go back. I gotta turn the volume down now. Sheepman. Haha, Luco. I think we will go ahead and start the Jester game, which I keep calling that because I don't remember its name today. Assuming that's okay with you, Random. We'll start it a little bit late because it's already my lunch break and I got paperwork to do. And we'll do like a short thing and then we'll finish it up tomorrow. And I think that sounds good to me, Random. Confirm deny. It's kind of your game. Also, committing to do it tomorrow. Ah, perfect. That actually works great. Committing to it tomorrow also means we aren't in no rush tonight, which appeals to me for various obvious reasons. So, funny thing, as per my usual, I did my due diligence to make sure I could get it into a streamable format before I officially added it. And it doesn't acknowledge mouse and keyboard at all. Now, you might be thinking, how do you get it playable? Well, it acknowledges the controller, but that's going to be interesting to adjust to. It might be an option somewhere, but yeah, it does not respond to mouse or keyboard at all. I know, okay. It is the worst thing imaginable. So I have a question for you in chat. Do we think this Quest for Glory 4 gets an external continuity positive? And remember, just having external continuity isn't enough for the positive. They have to use the previous elements to good effect. They have to do something with it. So I don't really have something for that on the website, Spartan, so generally you have to ask me, and I will answer you. The Aramis at the end, Baba Yaga is the obvious one, and then the Vizier are the connecting points, I'd say. Admit it, so, okay, let me give my opinion here. I don't like to give my opinion initially, but I don't think this actually deserves a +2 story on the external continuity axis, because it doesn't really... They don't really do much with it, right? Baba Yaga's there, and that's cool, but other than a couple of quick references, if the first game didn't exist, it wouldn't really change your interactions with Baba Yaga. The only way it's even relevant is with the gnome comedian. And even that, they don't do anything with it. It's just kind of there. So I think I'm leaning towards no. Yeah, nods, but not really mattering. Now, nods can lead to a positive if the flavor they add is good. We've seen that before. But I don't think that qualifies here. But I was willing to be talked into it. I think I'm willing to give the outro a wash, which is the best outro rating I've given any of these games so far. It had the same problem all of these games have had. It's just a little bit too rushed and a little bit too, huh? And it feels like the game just stops, rather than actually concludes in any real manner, which I guess makes a degree of sense, but it's still just kind of... And I think... that's it. Which gives us a score that I should write down here. Well, that's true, Time Lost. That's not really what I mean. I'm probably explaining it badly. Even a story that ends on a to be continued and where the story is clearly not over can have a great outro. The Empire Strikes Back. Just to use the most obvious example I can think of right there. But it, as with all of them, it just feels too rushed and unsatisfying. It doesn't really do much with that outro. It's just like, all right, we're here, but Katrina loves you, but I'm secretly evil, but now he's dead. And then we stop it. Hey, and then next adventure. What? It's bizarre, and it's not exactly new to this to this game. It's been kind of a problem in all the Quest for Glories. I'm still going to go ahead and give it a wash, because I think it does enough to qualify for wash status. But I don't think it deserves a positive, personally. Because I am pure evil, and I exist only to hate beloved classics that people love. At least that's what my comment section tends to say. Actually, yeah, it's like an episode of Quantum Leap. That's a really good comparison. I actually agree with that. So look, that's interesting. This was decently long, even though we were using a walkthrough. Go figure. Okay. So I'll do all the boring, typey up stuff later. Let's get some numbers first. One, 2, 3, 4, and 5, Spartan. And if I have to answer that why not DMC question for like the 5th time today, well, I'm just going to take a drink, but it'll be funny. All right. So I'm going to do my due diligence properly this time and hopefully remember to actually put the images up this time. Quest for Glory 4, final story score, plus 16, which, if you're paying attention to the graphic on the screen, if you're on the highlight reel, absolutely stomps each of the previous Quest for Glory games, which is something I stand behind firmly. This game does pretty much all the same things right that the previous Quest for Glory games did, with one exception, but then does a lot more right, like I talked about earlier. It had more points, and more of those points were positive. I'd say the one big flaw here is that it doesn't have as engaging of a story or premise as Quest for Glory 3 did, which caught me a lot more in the intro. But the difference is Quest for Glory 4 at least maintained relative quality, whereas 3 kind of fell off towards the end. The story, of course, is a density of 1.74 positives per hour, which is pretty damn good, and of course, a ratio of 100%, because that's kind of what a lot of these have been like. Gameplay-wise, the gameplay was a net -6, which sounds bad, and it is, but is the best gameplay we've had thus far in the Quest for Glory series. This gives us a gameplay per hour density of -0.65, and a ratio of 35%, which is the highest ratio we've had so far, as you can see. This gives us, drumroll please, a golden number of positive 25.14. Now, if you're watching the highlight reel, you of course see what that means, but if you're not, if you're here live, that means our final scores for the Quest for Glory series, and I'll go ahead and put this in the highlight reel too. Quest for Glory 1 was a net golden number of 0. 2 was -5.15. 3 was -4.77. And 4 is positive 25.14. That is actually pretty decent. I don't know where that sits versus other point-and-click adventure games, because I haven't made that graphic yet. But if you're seeing that in the highlight reel, you will see where that sits on the relative to other point-and-click adventure games. So, that's not exactly shabby, and leads me to my final thoughts. Time Lost asked a question I wanted to save for here. Did I find the Quest for Glory series a positive experience? Let me be very honest. I stand behind all those scores, and 2 of them are negatives. But I still don't regret it. I've talked about this concept before. Sometimes I go through a series and it scores badly, but I still appreciate having done that, either because it was worthwhile to analyze bad gameplay or bad game design, or because it was interesting to see where we've come from. The historian in me, for lack of a better way to put it, looking at where game design has been to see where game design is now, right? And it's just kind of interesting to me to see this development and follow through on what they changed and where and how. It is especially interesting because, to me, these kind of games certainly have their own particular niche. Not just even the point-and-click adventure games. The parser games, right? You've played Zork, right? Like, to use the most famous example. But we didn't talk about this a lot during this series because we technically weren't playing any of the parser versions. But parser games are actually the little baby step that then led into actual point-and-click adventure games. And parser games are structurally almost identical, the only main difference being the mechanism of interaction. Ironically, in many of these cases, I would have a lot easier time playing a parser game than a point-and-click, because you don't have to find the pixel, but at the same time a much harder time because figuring out what they call things or how they spell things could be an issue. See the infamous Rumpelstiltskin bug for a good example of that one. But anyways, I'm getting off topic. I feel like these are interesting games to perceive and go through and to analyze. And I feel like I don't know how to phrase this. I feel richer for having gone through them. It sounds so stupid and cliched, but that is the truth. I actually feel richer for having actually gone through these, and I feel like my overall gaming lexicon and analysis lexicon have been improved for the experience. Make of that what you will. I do have a few things to do, some paperwork, some lunch, so I'm going to go do that, and whenever I'm done, we will go ahead and move forward with the Jester game, which I can never think of the damn name of, which we'll be starting sometime later today. Hope to see you there, and I hope you've enjoyed.